Good morning, colleagues. I hope you are well. Are you well? Good, thanks. Welcome to the MICT SETA Stakeholder Engagement for the 2025 year. My name is Halvin Zobu. Most of you know me as I am based here in the region. With me, I have the chairperson of the board of MICT SETA, CEO of MICT SETA, senior managers, ETQA, LPD, 4IR, and SSP. We also have management from other divisions as well in the crowd and the MICT SETA employees. We'd like to extend our sincere gratitude for your presence here today. I must say, in the past few weeks when we saw the rain flooding and coming non-stop, we thought maybe this event won't be possible because, you know, with KZN and the trauma surrounding rain, it was never going to allow you to travel to be here today, but we are thankful that you are here and we appreciate your presence. I would also like to extend our sincere appreciation to our stakeholders online that are joining us virtually. It's the beauty of 4IR that we can connect with our stakeholders and anybody from anywhere in the world, the beauty of the industry that we work in. Colleagues, we are currently in the 25th year of SETA existence. With that said, since we're celebrating Women's Month on Saturday, International Women's Month, I would like to acknowledge that in the past we've seen an increase in women participating in the SETA landscape. We've seen women leaders making a difference in our space, in all our subsectors in the MICT SETA. We've seen women transferring skills to our young youth, and we appreciate that. Colleagues, we have a couple of stakeholders that have been doing exceptional work when it comes to our learners, be it giving them employment after the training process or gifting them tools of trade for them to kickstart their own businesses. That is what we want to see happening in our space, and we appreciate you for that. I won't mention you by names, but we appreciate you and we acknowledge you. I've also received a report last week from one of a woman leader in the ICT space who was nominated at Gagasi FM for making a change in the youth under ICT, and they actually received that award. That comes to show that we are not in this space for the sake of training, but here to make a difference. And that is what we want to see from each and every one of us in this room today and everyone virtually. Without wasting any more of your time, we started a bit late. We're like 3 minutes behind schedule. I want to introduce now our leader, chairperson of MICT SETA board, who is going to be our first speaker of the day, a man who has led this SETA to where it is today with his great leadership and with touch of care for the employees and the management with a bit of whooping when necessary. Chairperson, Mr. Simpiwe Tobela, welcome on stage.
Sanbonan. You see, it's a bit of a worrying introduction that I sometimes beat up people. I don't do that. I'm very soft for that. Right. Colleagues, good morning once more. My name is Simpiwe Tobela, and I think as a starting point, the regional manager has indicated that there is senior management here that's joining us. And I think as a starting point, I just want to introduce them and for you to see them. Probably might have seen them before. You know Mr. Madibane, the CEO. That's Ms. Buntle Mukwena, responsible for skills, sector skills plan, seated right at the extreme. In front of me, Gokusema, you may just indicate, responsible for IR, and Ms. Natalie Nelson, responsible for ETQA, seated here at the front, and Mr. Nemgawini, who all of you probably like very much. is responsible for LPD. But if you like Mr. Namukabini and you have got problems with Natalie, you still have problems. Yeah. With that said, and I just want to indicate an indication, Belinda, is that video available? Are we ready? 3 minutes. All right. So let's indicate first that we are on our last few days. Okay, not we, me. I'm on my last few days as chair of this entity. My term ends on the 31st of March, so literally I'm going to enjoy my birthday on the 26th of March, and then on the 31st of March I will go home in advance. All right, so we're coming here as part of engaging you to reflect on the experience that you've had and probably listen on to areas that you think we should improve on. The organization endures beyond my tenure. Whoever comes after the 31st should pick up from the issues that you would have raised that you want us to improve on. But I think I should indicate that we must thank you up front for being accommodative and understanding some of the changes that we brought in when we arrived here in 2020. Some of those changes, if I may just raise a few, one of them is that we had a situation where the allocation of DG grants was almost an exclusive right of certain companies that were few getting big numbers. But we changed that and put a cap and a ceiling of what each company can get. Of course, it cannot be a perfect decision that we made, but I think it's a decision that was necessary because one of the problems that we had seen at the time is that as much as individual companies were getting big numbers, but the completion rate was also not pleasing. And money would be spent, but you would see the dropout rate is high, but money is spent in full, and you ask yourself, what is happening? So we said, let's cap on that. We can't have certain training providers to come across as though they have got an exclusive right to be awarded the contracts with us. We then spread it, but it had its own negative impact. The negative impact was that it put strain on the workforce because now there's more training providers to work with, but the size of the administration does not change, it remains the same. And as a ripple effect, it also had a consequence of delays in turnaround times on certain things. Verification is amongst those because the advisors are stretched too thin because there's many of these training providers. It also, in this province, and probably this province, Eastern Cape and Limpopo will have a similar character of being rural, that the CEO got shocked when he had to go to Richmond, where we had a program in Richmond. I don't know if some of you know where Richmond is. And it took very long to get there. It took the full day to go to Richmond from here. And he was shocked that our advisors have to travel this much just for one stakeholder in a day. So that one day, better part of the day is spent on the road, and there's a risk of them having to travel back at night and be exposed to accidents and so on, or they have to sleep over and travel the next day. So 2 days are gone. So the point I'm making is that we took that decision, but we knew that it's going to have an impact on you, but we thought it would also, there are some who welcomed it because some started to to have a foothold in the entity and started to benefit as well. So we thought it's a very good decision that we took, but conscious of the side effects of it. The other decision that we took as the MICT SETA is that of being big on collaborations and partnerships with universities and other industry partners. And I think all what we are able to do, particularly from an FYR point of view, and the qualifications that we'll talk about, and Ms. Sema will talk about those, was purely because we took a conscious decision that we should work with the institutions where knowledge is generated, and also partners who are in the industry are well versed with the issues in the industry. But there are areas that we still have to improve on. Some of those areas is that if you look at 4IR and the speed at which things are going, I think we still are a little bit behind the rest of the world. And I think we still have a bit of a challenge. And I think I remember in here, when I spoke last engagement, I challenged you to also contribute in generating new knowledge and be innovative, so that when we present qualifications that could be delivered to learners, one, they are up to date with what is happening in the rest of the world. Two, is that they are solving the problems that we have in our own communities, business, environment, and economy, and so on. Because we can't produce qualifications that are only good to have it on paper, but they do not have a contribution that is direct to how it improves efficiency, how it improves in creating jobs, how it contributes to the economic development of the province and of the country. So you are in that space, and we expect that you should contribute in that so that we do not have the SETA just as a disperser of money. We're using it as a conveyor belt of money. But the question is, what is this money going to do? What does it address? You would recall one of the things that I addressed over the years was that I'm encouraging the training providers to recall that we should not chase profit. We know you're in business, but your primary task should not be that of chasing profit. Profit must be a consequence of what you do. And we have taken, amongst other things, a hard stance on those who are not prepared to run our programs properly and not pay stipend. And we said we will blacklist you. You don't pay stipend to learners, we'll blacklist you. But on the flip side of it, we're saying we should have a different narrative about the stipend, that we should tell our learners, and this is a function of how we recruit, that we don't recruit people so that they have a stipend. It's a skill. The stipend is just by the way. What we're chasing is a skill. But if we then concentrate more on recruiting people, creating a narrative that if you take up this, you will be you'll get a stipend, not necessarily focusing on the skill. Then what happens is that they become stipend chasers. When we pay stipend and they learn that there's a SETA that has got a better stipend elsewhere, they drop out and run and chase that stipend. Because in the initial point was that they were never taking up this because there's a need for them to progress themselves. They were on a short-term thinking that I should get some money. And half the time that money is not even properly used by those who are stipend chasers. They are doing other things that are not necessarily supposed. But I'm saying these are the things that we took a decision around, and that you have been able to stomach that and work with us. And I think the results are telling, because we are talking an entity that has been found to have managed its resources, financial resources very well over the last 5 years. We have been able to get 3 clean audit outcomes in 4 years, but 1 unqualified audit. Even the unqualified, by the way, was not on our instance. It was on the instance of you as service providers for not giving us information that we wanted. We could have gotten another clean. We should have had clean audit for 4 years running if it was not for you. But I'm not blaming you. I'm just stating a fact. So those are the issues that we thought we should share with you. Is that video ready? Okay. So I think the regional manager has been told that I am leaving on the 31st. So she's able to intimidate me now and say, hey, your time is up. So I think we can play that video. Just let's take some time and listen to this. This is part of the work that we've done. You would have seen some of the people that will appear there are from here in KZN. And we have, I saw some in Cape Town as well. When we were in Cape Town playing this video, they were real people. So our work is not about numbers, but it's about people and how we change their life. And please, let's get it rolling.
The Media, Information and Communications Technology Sector Education and Training Authority, known as the MICT SETA, was established in terms of the Skills Development Act of 1998. MICT SETA plays a pivotal role in achieving South Africa's skills development and economic growth within the advertising, film and electronic media, electronics, information technology and telecommunications subsectors. MICT SETA has regional presence in South Africa, with offices in KwaZulu-Natal, Western Cape and Eastern Cape, Free State, Klerksdorp Satellite Office and a head office in Johannesburg.
As a skills development entity, the MICT SETA understands its vital role in advancing the National Skills Development 2030 agenda by contributing to the overarching goals of building a skilled and capable workforce, reducing unemployment, and enhancing the country's global competitiveness. Through targeted skills development interventions, MICT SETA strives to create opportunities for individuals to realize their potential, drive innovation, and contribute to South Africa's socio-economic development.
I am from a small town called Hammanskraal, specifically from an area called Ganana. I come from a family of 6.
We had a fight at home, so it was squabbling. I moved out, I stayed alone at home.
My mom doesn't work and my dad is a security guard.
I studied at SETA College and I'm currently doing my BEng Tech in Mechanical Engineering at DUT.
I attended another course, IT course. My friend told me about DEF, so that's why I decided to apply here.
After graduating, I was unemployed for about a year, which was the COVID period, and I was introduced to Mafikeng Digital Innovation Hub by a referral from someone who knew that I was interested in computers and digital things.
So how I found out about the MICT SETA is through their initiative of asking us to create or work with them in the intranet project.
I live with my grandparents and my 2 siblings. My mother and father live elsewhere, and I've been living with them throughout my academic life or school life.
I'm from KZN. I grew up in Seleni Children's Home. In 2018, I decided to move to Cape Town to study film and television. And I remember coming to Cape Town with like nothing beside my disability grant and like living out of my disability grant for those years during my studies.
In my first year of undergrad, my mom had to quit her job so that she could be able to put me through school because it was quite expensive. And I found out through an after alumni that there was the MICT SETA bursary, and I applied and they funded my second and my third year.
It was around 2022 And then because I was struggling financially, and then one of my lecturers suggested that actually there are internships that I can apply to. And then so that when I found out about MICT SETA and SA Film Academy.
I found out about the internship from one of the colleagues that work here. It was a post that was advertised, and they told me to go onto the SABC website.
And fast forward 6 years later, through the mentorship I received, through the MICT SETA's internship and through service providers like Film Africa and Moonlighting Films, I was able to work my way up, eventually to becoming the operations manager at Greenset.
If you look just behind us, we've got a fully equipped lab, which guys will actually be taken through from digging manholes to actually to house connection.
Our ICT programs are 12 months learnership. This is through the MICT funding program.
Some of our programs that we focus on is developing skills in the 4IR space. Drone flying, drone making would be one of it. We're also looking at young people looking at 3D printing, coding, and also making sure that young people get the necessary skills in the technical fields where IT is concerned.
We select students from difficult background, especially those who come from the 4IR sector, and then we give them an opportunity to develop their skills as well as fund them to further their studies.
Although the students really come from the disadvantaged background, is that the good part is that they are really willing to learn. A lot of youth who are unemployed is because of the skill. So one thing that they come here through that EPIP model is to develop the skill.
The MICT SETA Lab, I believe it is a very good tool for students because you get introduced to new technologies, you get to be exposed in different kinds of people.
So when the students come in, they're very shy, they're very withdrawn, and the knowledge that they have is almost textbook knowledge. So when they come in, the first thing we do is we assess where their learning gaps are. We put them onto Orca AI, and we monitor them weekly. Every week they are allowed to, it's compulsory actually for them to present the solutions they've worked on.
So I learned how to install and maintain fiber. I learned how to use the devices connected with the fiber optics. And I also learned how to construct cables and how to take care of the cable, as it is a very delicate cable.
So as I came here, I didn't know how to use a computer, but now I've become a computer literate because I've learned a lot, using Excel, Word, and other engineering system.
And it was an amazing opportunity for me to write my first ever international examination called the Microsoft Azure AI Fundamental, whereby I received an international recognized certification after passing the international examination.
Because when the young people join our program, you could see the levels. But as the program continues, you can actually see how the spark takes them to another level. And another level actually tells us that our training that we are doing is doing impact.
Strategic partnerships in key areas of the fourth industrial revolution enable the MICT SETA to tap into emerging trends, drive innovation, and develop 4IR qualifications across various domains such as artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, cloud computing, design thinking, data science, Internet of Things, robotic process automation, e-waste, drone technology, blockchain, 3D printing, optic fiber, extended reality like augmented and virtual reality, and mobile devices repairs. Noteworthy initiatives include the development of an intranet portal with the University of Johannesburg to improve internal communication and productivity within the organization, as well as other research chair projects focusing on cybersecurity, enterprise architecture, and ICT master planning with various universities. The SETA recognizes the importance of SMMEs in economic growth and offers tailored programs to empower them. Accreditation for 38 new 4IR courses and realignment of 22 others reflects evolving qualifications in line with industry needs. The SETA's investment of nearly R1 billion in discretionary grants and 188 million rand in mandatory grants in the 2023-2024 financial year underscores its commitment to equipping learners with skills for the digital age. The MICT is dedicated to supporting young entrepreneurs through initiatives like the new Venture Creation Level 2 Skills Program, providing essential skills and knowledge for business success. Additionally, a shared service model is being established to optimize technology adoption and operational efficiency.
They also did 5G, they also did robotics, and of course, while they were doing that learnership, we also assisted them to be like skilled in other 4IR skills like the 3D printing, the virtual reality, Internet of Things. And I think we didn't mention our center is home automated, so it is practical for them to be exposed on those things.
You will meet people, you'll meet different culture in the environment to learn about their working environment ethics.
So if I look back and to where I am today, I wouldn't have pictured myself here. I wouldn't have pictured myself being an HOD of a department. The internship has added so much value in my life because I have no idea how I would have gotten into where I am if it wasn't for the internship with SFM Academy.
I think in our country, especially in the financial state that our country is in, there's a lot of talent that is out there that just needs to be nurtured. But the students don't have the financial means to study, and that's where bursaries and internships really help, because they open up those doors and they also get an opportunity to prove themselves and to display their talent.
I've learned the importance of communication. I've learned the importance of teamwork. However, being in this environment has taught me a lot of things about working with other people. It's not only my success, but the success of a team.
To me, this learnership means that I have an advantage. I'm getting real work experience before I even get my qualification.
I think this internship was really important for me to actually put my foot in the door.
I'm very proud to be a product of MICT. It's impacted me in such a huge way.
I would like to say, especially to people living with disabilities, that there's always like opportunities out there, and don't let your disability limit you.
Now that I have these qualifications, I'm nobody bearing. I want to start up a business and teach the youth out there so that they can make something of their life.
So in the next coming 5 to 6 years, I see myself as someone who uplifts or who builds communities. I would like to see myself having centers like this one, as I believe I'm a teacher by heart.
I would like to thank MICT SETA for this opportunity, because now I will not be one of those unemployed people here in South Africa and be able to provide for my family in the near future.
I would like to express my deepest gratitude for the endless bursaries and your contribution to us young people. I truly appreciate the efforts, the funds, and the projects that we embark on with you.
Because now, I know from now on, in future, my life will be different because of this opportunity. I can support my family and be happy. We live a better life.
So from the bottom of my heart, I thank you so much, MICT SETA. What you are doing doesn't go unnoticed. It goes a long way.
I would like to thank the people from MICT SETA because they started a great initiative in helping us getting these internships, in helping us making sure that we get all the knowledge that we needed, in providing us with the jobs that we needed so that we can be where we are today.
I would like to say to MICT SETA, thank you so much, guys. Ngiyabonga kakhulu from the bottom of my heart. There's a lot that you guys enikushintshile lafini yami, and I don't know, bengizoba kephi in life. Okay,
I was able to learn a lot of things and benefit so much from this internship, and for that I am truly grateful for this opportunity from MICT SETA and the SABC.
MICT SETA's commitment is reflected in the investment of over 1.6 billion rand in bursaries, learnerships, internships and skills programs, providing the foundation for our countless success stories. With funding for learning programs growing by an impressive 76% between the 2021-2022 and 2022-2023 financial years, MICT SETA's impact continues to expand. Together, we are building skills, building dreams, and transforming lives. The journey doesn't end here. With every learner we empower and every community we uplift, we are forging a brighter future for all. MICT SETA, building a capable, creative, and innovative developmental state by realizing its vision of advancing cutting-edge future skills. MICT SETA, shaping skills, pioneering industries, empowering futures.
Right. So we thought we should share this, and this is just a composite edited version of 3 other longer accounts by learners across the country. But we said let's compress it into about 14. This is an unchoreographed account of the work that we have done. But I think we're not just proud as MICT SETA to have done what is expressed here. We know there is room for improvement. That's one. 2, we know we could not have done this without you who are seated here, because you were responsible for delivering these programs in your different spaces. Some of your specific programs might not be here, but we generally are happy with the training providers that have been working with us, because you've made it easy for us to deliver on our mandate. And I think you should then clap your hands for yourselves for having contributed this much. Those who have not yet gotten an opportunity, the point is the budget is only this much. So we can't give everybody an opportunity at the same time. We know we're a transversal SETA, but let's be patient. There will be an opportunity for all of us with time. Lastly, this is an account for us of what we've done over the last 5 years, as brief as it may be for now. But this is to indicate that we are a SETA that's been at work, and we are proud of what we've done. Amongst other things that you should be happy about, and I think Sema will speak about it, we took a decision to provide learner material free of charge, particularly on the 4IR related qualifications. We developed it and we paid for it. We'll give it to you free of charge. You don't have to go and pay somebody for it. We've been concerned about lessening the burden on your side and be able to focus on delivering the skill that we have to deliver. So I am proud of the work that we've done. And I'm sure not everybody will agree, but I am really proud of the work that we've done with the staff here. And I'm really indebted to them. There's an element of truth to what Ms. Ndlovu was saying, that at times I demand more than what some people think it's humanly possible. The thing is, we have to deliver results. This is not our money, it's levy payers' money. And we've got a responsibility to the country, and we are building a country here, and therefore we must push ourselves to beyond the limits. With that, this is open, and this session is open, Ms. Ndlovu. There was Ndlovu there on the video clip. It's got no relations with her. I saw a Tobela there. Has got no relations with me. I don't even know them. So just a declaration of conflict of interest. With that, the session is open. And ladies and gentlemen, we hope to hear from you after the senior manager has spoken to you. Thank you.
Our takeaway, colleagues, from what the chair has discussed is that all of us in this room, our aim should be to change people's lives and better their livelihoods. And let's not be in this space for the sake of business or just training. Let's aim to change lives and better their futures. I will now call our CEO, our leader in the organization, who is open to assist and is welcomes everybody in his office from bottom level of the organization to all the management. CEO of MICT SETA, Mr. Matomi Madiban.
Thank you very much, Helvi. Once more, good morning, everyone. Where do I start? Maybe a little chat about the video. Let's just be honest. Who in their wildest dreams thought they will see a young girl in the rural Eastern Cape or from the rural Eastern Cape capable of installing fiber optic cables? Is it something that we ever dreamt of? A young girl. I mean, historically, it's one of those areas that were just meant for men. But we have stakeholders, some of whom are here, who have managed to train young people to install fiber optic cables. And I think let's give a round of applause for that. If you look at all of these young people who are being interviewed, you realize that even when it comes to soft skills, the ability to communicate, listen to the language, just the use of the language English, they are well trained, and that makes it even better. The issue of collaboration, it's emphasized. They are taught how to collaborate, how to work as a team. So let's ensure that as we build their capacity, as we equip them with much needed skills, we ensure that we also strengthen the soft skills side of each and every single one of them. And once more, many thanks, Program Director, Helvi. Let me acknowledge the chair of the board, Mr. Simpueto. He forgets that he's not the only one who is leaving. I also signed up that when they leave as the board, I also live with them. So all the contracts, the term for the board is ending. Mine is also ending. So when I come back looking for that job as an admin officer, don't say, you were a CEO, I can't afford you. When you're unemployed, you take anything, right? So let me acknowledge the chair of the board, all colleagues at senior level, from Natalie, Ernest, Gugu Sema, Buntle, and everyone else who is here, our marketing team who made it possible for us to be here. The regional manager, KwaZulu-Natal, Helvi, colleagues attached to the region, and let me pass my regards to all of them and acknowledge each one. Stakeholders who connected online, and our top-level paying companies, because their contributions are what keeps us moving forward as an organization. Our medium and all SMMEs present, there are SMMEs who contribute levies. We appreciate that contribution because it also keeps us moving as an organization. And I know Ernest thinks I don't know Zulu as a language. Let me greet in Zulu and say Sanibonani Kuseni, and also say Hoyemore. Elke Ian van Gelen. Ladies and gentlemen, with a bar that keeps rising, I'm sure we all agree that the era we are finding ourselves in is very very much unique, and it's a bit complex compared to where we come from. And one of the critical and compelling differentiators that will put us in a better position as an emerging economy is the advantage of a youthful population. It's something that we must take full advantage of. Now, in order to reap the benefits of having majority of the population being of young age, our focus should be to stay committed in equipping them with much needed skills and capabilities. We need to ensure that not only our education system is advanced, but that the curriculum that we offer as SETAs is as responsive as possible, so that whatever we produce will contribute towards various sectors and grow our economy. Chair alluded to MICT SETA being a transversal SETA. We cut across all sectors of the economy. Whether you talk banking, whether you talk agriculture, whether you talk food and bev, whether you talk retail, MICT remains the nucleus of all these sectors of the economy. And part of why we talk oversubscription when it comes to applications for discretionary grants is purely because we are a transversal organization. And now, the need for more cooperation and collaboration between yourselves as SMMEs is very, very, very fundamental, particularly when it comes to issues of innovation, as that is not an easy space for all. So you need to find a way of working together so that you don't only equip these young people with skills, but you teach them how to build products. You expose them to this separate space that forms part of the ecosystem called building of solutions or innovation. But it takes that working together, it takes collaboration and synergizing to build some of these solutions. And I believe as SMMEs, the need to critically think of creative and innovative ways to grow your businesses by partnering and complementing each other and finding ways to also benefit from large business or private sector is very, very fundamental. And just ensuring that you are also part of that value chain and you also train for the private sector. It will be taking us to the next level. I must declare, MICT has got a budget of 1 billion plus, but less than 1 billion and 7. That is 1.7 billion or less, including admin and everything else. But if you look at the market cap of most companies in South Africa, I don't want to talk about mines. They talk market cap of your 30 billion, 40 billion, 50 billion. So we need not restrict ourselves or narrow, opportunities or paths for opportunities or platforms where we can leverage and just focus only on MICT SETA, because with time it's going to be even more difficult. And if we don't declare some of these things, we will not be truthful and honest with you as our stakeholders, looking at sometimes what we receive in respect of applications for discretionary grants. So I have to make this acknowledgement. 25, 26 discretionary grants. We received applications amounting to more than 41 billion. Let's think about it. A budget of less than $1 billion, but we receive applications amounting to beyond 41 billion at a go. That tells you that you need to strongly consider diversification of your businesses. Because if you don't diversify, and just want to say MICT SETA will keep my business afloat, it's a big mistake. So you need to try and diversify your businesses, and I'll urge you to try and innovate, because it only takes the internet and that small gadget called a laptop and a bit of research and learning from others. So, just being deliberate in building localized solutions for local businesses. I mean, we from different communities, there's a lot of businesses where we come from. If you can just be deliberate about it, that you're building small products for some of these businesses that are within our respective communities, you'll be a step in the right direction, because that solidifies your chances for growth and sustainability. Whilst we have limitation in terms of funding, we continue to apply for alternative funding options. I mean, we've applied for UIF, we've applied for National Skills Fund. We also approach other SETAs to fund us when it comes to digital skills. Facet funded us, but I'll tell you, it's never enough to accommodate all our stakeholders and to address the digital divide that is so wide in our country. The integrated learner management system that is currently being utilized was developed by our strategic partner, Tshwane University of Technology. And with that, SMMEs and medium level paying companies, I think you must be extra motivated that it is possible to innovate. It is possible to build some of the solutions. If Tshwane University of Technology has developed the current learner management system that is integrated, it means you also can build some of these solutions. You also can innovate. It is possible to build some of these local solutions. So there are a number of other solutions, I must declare, that are currently under development, whether you talk your e-learning, whether you talk Career Hub, whether you talk your intranet and file plan, your e-recruitment, your TVET college and SETA Times website, and a number of others. Those are currently under development, and I can rest assure you they are being developed by universities and championed by 4IR researchers across these various universities. And we're optimistic that in 12 months' time, most of these solutions would be in production. We will be utilizing them as an organization or as a landscape. So we are doing our part as MICT SETA, but we expect you as experts to lead the way and build as many prototypes as you possibly can, until they are successful products or solutions ready for IP securing and going to the market. If needs be, you need to ensure that you export some of the solutions that you have developed locally. We will take much more pride when solutions are developed within amongst some of you that would have funded. We forgot, there's also another video just on TV and film production, which was developed for Renault. It's an international company. They won against the private university. There was that competition against, amongst students funded by MICT SETA and others from this private university. MICT SETA funded students won at Renault so much that they gave them a car for the next 6 months. Please give them a round of applause. You see, the important part of all of that is the skill that they've acquired. I wish it was possible to see that video. Very classic advert of Renault that we're talking about, developed by students funded by MICT SETA. So we're doing our part, and we will continue within the limited resources that we are facing to build what we can build and ensure that it goes to the market when necessary, and share it with SETAs, share it with the entire landscape, which is post-school education and training, because if you realize what is happening in government, more often than not, most of the systems that we use are outsourced. But as MICT SETA through the board, a decision has been made that we've got to cap outsourcing almost everything when we are an ICT SETA. And then I must acknowledge to the board for having taken that firm decision. They adopted what we call the triple helix model of innovation. They adopted the RDS, which is the Rural Development Strategy, and the Integrated Digital Skills Strategy. That was to ensure that we leverage on strategic partnerships so that we innovate as relentlessly as possible. So we, over the past 4 years, developed a total of 54 fire qualifications so that we stay paced to the curve whilst ensuring that we produce future-ready graduates. Ms. Sema will talk to that, and create opportunities for other young people. You know, we need graduates who will build startups at scale, because when these graduates build startups, they create opportunities for other young people. They don't look at saying, we're going to look for jobs, but they on their own will create opportunities for other young people. And that's how we can address the triple challenges of poverty, unemployment, inequality as a collective. And then I'll talk to, you know, at the core of all of these things is, we mustn't miss the point, is skills. Skill is everything. That narrative which used to say China, part of why China is advancing is because of low labor cost, and part of why they develop the tools that are unimaginable is because of low labor cost. It's no more the picture. The real picture and the real truth is they have been properly equipped with skills that enables them to do almost everything. You give them anything, they'll make sure is done. If we can get to that level as an emerging economy where our young people can be able to build most of these things, we will be in a better position to compete even at the global stage. With technology, I must acknowledge, no one must be left behind. Let's ensure that we don't isolate those in rural communities. We also accommodate them. Of course, we remain concerned, as I might say, about lack of connectivity in most areas of our country. And we'll continue to knock on the doors of our stakeholders, such as top levy paying companies and some OEMs and medium levy paying companies, to adopt some of the schools so that they can be exposed at a young age to technology in line with the spirit of the integrated digital skills strategy. We'll not stop gathering market intelligence through our internal sector skills plan. Guntle will talk to that, so that whatever we offer is in high demand and addresses sector priority occupations. Guntle will outline even what we call key change drivers, those critical aspects like your cloud computing, your AI, etc., which actually dictate, what is in high demand within our sector. And Ms. Nelson will address issues pertaining to the Quality Council, that is QC2, including accreditation and a breakthrough on reduced tariffs. Ms. Sema will touch on cross-cutting fire issues and inroads we have made to ensure alignment and what we are doing to keep up with the pace of technology. Ernest, your favorite, Mr. Nemgavini, will take you through issues of learning programs and what general expectations are from the funding we disburse in driving skills development. So I will not delve into those areas in the interest of time, but also to avoid repetition of issues. In closing, I must indicate that we continue to attain clean audit. When Chair made mention of clean audit, I didn't hear anyone clapping her hand. It's not enough. I'm not happy. I didn't feel it. You know, if we can scan SOEs, state-owned entities in South Africa, enterprise in South Africa, and we go to municipalities, your departments. If you are to scan as to how many have achieved what you call clean audit, you're going to get a shock of your life. That's why you must clap hands for yourselves for ensuring that we get that clean audit, because without you submitting documentation that is accurate, right? Clean audit will never be realized. It will remain a pipe dream. This is a very collaborative. So it's a very collaborative effort between you as our stakeholders and us receiving on the other side, and ensuring that when AG colleagues say we need these particular documents, we easily retrieve those documents and give them those documents. And that's how you achieve a clean audit. Records management and ensuring that you remain accountable, you can show or demonstrate what you've used these limited funds that we have for. 94% against set targets. I mean, 94% is excellent performance in all standards. And that tells you that we remain an organization at work and doing the best that it can do to ensure that things are done right. The principle that we've adopted with the board is just from governance all the way to admin. Let's just do it right as a bottom line. And many thanks to those who continue to submit accurate documents, even when it comes to learners who leave our programs unplanned, submitting on time, so that it's recorded and reported as such. You know, those things matter a lot when it comes to accurate performance information reporting. But for those who are defaulting on their SLAs, others are doing well, but there are problems with other stakeholders who default on their SLAs by failing to do the basics. Failing to do the basics, things like paying learner stipends. Failing to do the basics is things like ensuring that you place your learners. Failing to do the basics is when, we have stakeholders who would submit fraudulent documents. Like proper fraudulent documents. It's making our lives very difficult as officials. Fraudulent banking details. Sometimes they would send proof that they've paid the learners and reverse the transactions. So that's some of the challenges that we are dealing with. And if amongst yourselves you can encourage each other to just do it right. We're trying to do it right on our side, but also do it right on your side, because such instances or acts are acts of crime, and then will be treated as such. We'll report them to the authorities, and they'll deal with them the way they should deal with them. So I wish you all a progressive and empowering engagement session. Siyabonga. Let's enjoy this moment and share. Thank you very much.
Colleagues, let this one sink. Let no one be left behind in the era of digitization and 4IR. KZN doesn't end only in a eThekwini municipality. Let's take training to our people in the deep rural. Let's not leave anyone behind. I will now call on stage our Senior Manager, Sector Skills Planning. This is where it all begins, our blueprint of the organization. This is where we get direction of which left to take or which right to take and when. It begins with Sector Skills Planning. Ms. Buntle Mukwena on stage.
Thank you, Program Director, and good morning to the Chairperson, to the CEO, to everyone in the room. Welcome. My name is Bondla Mokwena. I'm the Senior Manager, Sector Skills Planning at MICT SETA. As Halvi has said, we work in the Strategy Office. Our work is to do research in the sector to understand what is going on, to profile the sector in terms of demographics, also use those numbers to tell you the story of what's actually happening. That information is critical for us as we link our planning to a budget. That information informs program implementation. It also informs qualification development. So whatever programs that you see that we advertise in the DG advert, they are always linked to the work that we do in terms of the sector skills plan. They must always be linked to what our document is saying. If the programs that we implement are not in line with the research that is coming from the sector, it means we are not training in line with the training needs in the sector, and that often would lead into an AG finding. So my job here is to take you through in terms of the data we have received from you, in terms of the 2024-25 WSPATRs, and outline to you how we use that data to inform planning in the sector. If you have interacted with our sector skills plan, you would have an idea more or less in terms of how we come to the programs that we implement. It's based on sector research, the various processes that we undergo, but it mainly starts as well with the WSPATR. The WSPATR is important to us because we believe it comes from the sector in terms of employers submitting the data to us. This data is submitted at a 6-digit level, which means we get employee information, which is very much close to where things are happening, so we rely on it. So we call it the Annexure 2 or the sector survey. We take it as a survey. We know it doesn't represent everyone, but we can generalize from that in terms of the sector size of employees versus the sample size. So we also do that calculation to make sure that the survey is at that level where we can generalize for the sector. We were here about 2 weeks ago or a week ago where we were doing the skills development facilitator workshops where we took you through and prepare you for the submission at the end of April. I'm not going to dwell much on that, but just to remind you that in terms of the SETA funding model, employers pay 1% every month from their payroll. These are employers who make 500,000 and above. As an incentive, we request you to submit a WSPATR every year so that you can claim back your 20%. What we gain from that is the sector intelligence in understanding what's going on in the workplaces, understanding the skills needs, profiling the sector. So when we profile, we're looking at demographics. So we're looking at size, age, gender, disability, race, qualifications. That's how we use the data. That's how we also analyze the data, which I will take you through. So as I've already indicated, the work that we do. So I'm not going to touch too much on the WSP preparation, which we've done already, but I'll just give you an overview of the submissions. So these are submissions that we received in 2024. Once those submissions were in, we analyzed them. They form part of the research that we do in terms of drafting the sector skills plan. From the sector skills plan, we'll then draft the strategy documents as well. So this is your annual performance plan and the strategic plan for the next 5 years in terms of how we will take it forward. And I also want you to pay attention to the level of education and skills that we have in our sector. You'll see in terms of the OFO classification. So it's also very important that the programs that you implement are actually linked to the profile of the sector in terms of qualifications and skills levels. So we don't want to train at lower level skills when we have a highly skilled workforce within the MICT sector, and I'll demonstrate that. Okay, that's the WSPATR, which I have touched on it in terms of the funding model and the 1%. I'm not going to touch on that. Just to give you an overview of the submissions for 2024-25. So these were the ones that were due in April 2024. Gauteng remains the largest province in terms of WSP ATR submissions that we receive, followed by the Western Cape, and third is KZN. In terms of that map, we've also received the highest submissions in 2024 with 1,950 companies submitting, meaning claiming back the 20%. This is the survey that I'm talking about. It's a survey. In terms of WSP submissions, if you know you worked on the system, we use the organizing framework for occupations. This is a classification system that allows us to understand different occupations. We differentiate an occupation from a job. A job is mainly a set of tasks and duties, as opposed to an occupation, which is a group of similar jobs, tasks and duties. So this is very important because we find duplications in the workplace where the difference is only a job title, but if you look at the actual job, the duties of that job are the same. So we tend to group this because it allows us to plan and understand. It also will allow you as employers and HR departments to standardize within organization. It also allows for salary parities. You find that sometimes people are holding the same job spec, but the salaries are not necessarily at the same level, yet you will see that you're doing the same thing. The only difference is the job title. In the OFO, we also have specializations that are actually linked to occupations. The classic one being the doctor, and the different specializations linked to the main occupation doctor. So that is the whole plan for understanding the OFO. So the government adopted the OFO from New Zealand primarily to understand skills in the country and classify or group occupations as opposed to jobs. So that way we're able to understand the employer and the employee needs at that level. So the OFO made it easy to group occupations. So we understand the level of skills that we have in the country, as you will see in terms of the 8 occupational groups that we have. So it's easy for us once we use the OFO to understand the skills landscape and understand the level of skills that we have in the country and where we actually need to put our interventions at. No, sorry. Okay, that is the slide on the OFO. So the OFO is made up of 8 occupational groups with the lowest, just want to look here, with the lowest being elementary occupation. So these are AET level skills. So if you are training any learning program that is at level 2, about 3, you are training at this level. Occupant or elementary and plant and machine operators will operate there. If you're training anything from 6 and above, you'll be training from level 3, technicians and associate professionals and managers. And within the OFO, we also have another classification in terms of major groups, sub-major groups, minor units, and at the occupation level. So we try to profile you to help you understand. If you want to understand the job task of a particular occupation, the OFO allows you to go there. It also allows you to see the different specializations that are linked to that occupation at that 6-digit level. This is also a report back on the mandatory grant. So this is the claim back in terms of the 20% or WSP ATRs. So in 2022-23, we paid about 188 million. So this is the money we were able to pay you back in terms of the 20%. In 23-24, we've seen that increase by 10%. We've paid about 206 million. So that payout ratio is not 100%, it's 72%, because we still find companies that submit WSP ATRs, but their supporting documents are not always accurate. So when we go back and ask them to submit outstanding documentation or documents that maybe the bank details are not correct, when finance tries to test them or check them, then they cannot confirm with the bank. We normally ask updated banking details. So we find that every year we are stuck with several of those applications which we cannot process. We do our best to get back to all our employers and the SDFs and indicate that you still have outstanding information. Can you submit it by this date? But unfortunately, sometimes it doesn't happen. And we find these challenges also where there are external SDFs who are sort of consultants for companies. There sometimes is a lack of communication, or where we find that an SDF leaves the company during the WSP period. When the next one comes through, there's also a gap in the communication. Unfortunately, the company will suffer because you will not get your 20% back. We have taken a stance that we will not be punitive in the way that we process, because we don't have an obligation to come back to you and ask for documentation, as we do capacity building workshops to indicate to you what the needs are. And we also open the system from December every year for you to have about 5 months to complete a WSP ATR. But we do that anyway because we want you to get your 20% back, as we know you have invested your training in the sector. You do deserve that 20% back. So we are still sitting with companies at the moment from the April 2024 submissions who still have not submitted the outstanding documents. So we'll still struggle with the 100% payout. Unfortunately, if you don't submit that by the end of March, you will forfeit your mandatory grant or your 20% back. That money will go into the discretionary grant and contribute to the training that we implement as a SETA. So this is also a reminder. If you are in this room and you received an email requesting you to submit outstanding information, you have until the end of March. We send out letters to all our employers to remind them that the WSP ATR has not been approved yet due to outstanding documentation. Another announcement I'd like to make is that there is a system glitch at DHEAD in terms of the SARS levy file. So this is the file SARS will send to DHEAD every month to check in terms of, or to submit a report in terms of those companies who've made levy payments. As you know, we only make mandatory grant payments every quarter, but that is also based on an up-to-date levy payment, so meaning your EMP 201 must always be up to date. So in the absence of that file coming through from DHEAD due to a system glitch, SETAs were not the only one. All SETAs have been impacted by this, are not able to pay mandatory grants, and that is out of our control. So we cannot pay you until we know for sure that your levy payments or your EMP 201s are up to date, meaning that you have been contributing. So if just to let you know of that. I'm not going to spend that much on that slide. CEO and Chair have touched on it in terms of the levy income for the last 5 years. So that's just the brief process that we follow. If you read our SSP, you'll know that it's a research document, and part of that process, we also get our SSP peer reviewed by professional bodies in the sector. And anybody that is relevant in terms of giving us feedback and input. So normally we follow a research process where we'll review the current SSP, we do literature review, data analysis. We also do field research, we do focus groups, we do interviews with our stakeholders, we do comparative research internationally and see what's going on, what are the trends there, and see where we are and how we can catch up. We, as part of that, is also looking at future skills or emerging skills. So these are skills that we may not have now. These are skills also that may not be coming through from the WSP ATRs, but we know they are there through other sources of data that we use. So as part of that process, we'll also come back and consult with you before we draft the final SSP, those who are part of the focus groups, to confirm if what we have analyzed and picked up as the first report or the first draft is actually what's going on in the sector, and if those skills that have identified as hard to fill vacancies or occupations in high demand, is it what the sector is experiencing? And the SSP is approved by the board before it's published. So that is the SSP chapters. If you read the SSP, we'll have 6 chapters. Sector profile, that's where we profile the demographics, so in understanding the sector and understanding who we are planning for. Chapter 2 is key skills change drivers. So there are change drivers in the sector. A change driver is a factor of change that could affect the sector in terms of skills related in a positive or negative manner. So we profile those. As our work is skills related, so we focus on change drivers that are skills related. Then we have a chapter that talks about occupational shortages and skills gaps. This used to be called the supply and demand of skills, which still is in this chapter. We analyze the supply and demand of skills. So on the demand side, we analyze what you as employers and the labor market is requiring. On the supply side, we're analyzing what is readily available in terms of the skills that the sector needs or the skills that the sector has demanded. We also analyze the supply side from universities in terms of that supply. So this could also be graduates, also the availability of qualifications that will deal with what the labor market is demanding. Chapter 4, we profile our sector partnerships. We have also chapter 5 where we profile our monitoring and evaluation. What's also important in this chapter, we'll take you through a tracer study. The SETA does tracer studies every year where we trace the cohort of learners in every financial year and track where they are after they've completed an MICT SETA program. We also track key success factors like finding employment. Also on the social investment side, because we know behind one learner there are a family that depends on that stipend. We also look at their ability to move up in terms of promotion, their social status. Have they been able to be stable in terms of after completing? Have they been able to complete further studies after completing the MICT SETA? Did they start a business, etc., etc.? And do they also believe that they were able to find employment due to an MICT SETA program? So we do these studies every year. We normally do the tracer study a year after the program has ended. So we give them time to settle in the labor market and see how far they go. Chapter 5 is skills priority actions. As you know, we respond to government, Department of Higher Education and Training is our line department. So we actually, as SETAs, we get the mandate from DHEAD through the Skills Development Act. So all our priority actions or our strategic objectives must always be in line with DHEAD, must also always be in line with the National Skills Development Plan, National Skills Development Act in terms of the mandate of the SETA, and all other legislation that I'm not mentioning now, but we are aligning to those that are relevant to our sector and the government. We also have the medium-term development plan, which is 3 priority areas that we need to focus on. I'll go through the next slide. So this is just the sector profile here. We're profiling the employers in the sector. We have levy payers and non-levy payers. With the first graphs, you see these are all employers in the sector. So we've profiled those that are paying levies and those that are not paying levies. What's interesting about the MICT SETA is that the largest number of our employers are small businesses. So most of them would not necessarily fall in the category of contributing the levy, meaning they're making 500,000 or less in any financial year. However, we still encourage those to submit WSPATRs because they still make us understand what's going on in the sector and what the skills needs are. And on the other one, where we're profiling the levy payers, you will see it's a very small number of companies that are paying levies within the sector. These are mainly medium and large companies. In terms of the subsector distribution, the largest subsector for us is still information technology, followed by telecommunications, film and media, film and electronic media, and advertising. In terms of the WSP submission per province, the largest submissions we've received is actually in Gauteng. I think this is in line with how our economy is structured. You'll see with further presentations, most of our activities and most of our budget is spent in Gauteng because that's the hub of the economy, followed by the Western Cape and KZN, and the other small provinces will follow. That's the labor market profile. So that's the total number of employees in the sector. In 2024, we had over 300,000 employees within the MICT sector. So that's a representation of all the subsectors. So if you have to profile employees by subsector, information technology is the one that has the most employees, and that is followed by telecommunications and followed by electronics. In terms of another demographic that we look at is race, gender, and age profile. So in terms of race, majority of employees in the sector across all the 9 provinces are Africans at 50%, and that is split between whites at 28%, Indians 10%, and coloreds at 13%. If you had to look at the gender distribution, we see a balanced distribution at about 50-50. And I think that is a big deal, because part of our program implementation is to focus on women and youth as well, to bridge that gap. So seeing it at 50-50, it is quite encouraging. And we have the employee distribution by age. CEO has said we have a very young workforce. A very small percentage of our employees are above 55 years of age, and there's a balance between those that are less 35 and those that are between 35 and 55. On the next slide, we're just profiling KZN in terms of age, gender. So in terms of employee distribution also by race, the majority of employees in KZN, 51% of them are black, followed by 31% Indian, 13% white, and 5% colored. In terms of the gender distribution, we also see a balance in line with the national, which is 50-50, which is very interesting as well. Employee distribution by age, we do have a quite young workforce in KZN as well. Only 5% of employees here are over the age of 55. Those that are 35 to 55 are 37, majority are less than 35 at 58%, so it's quite a very youthful distribution of employees by age. And there we're profiling disability. The national picture on your left, 64% of Africans are disabled in the MICT sector, followed by whites at 21% and coloreds 10% and Indians at 5%. If you look at KwaZulu-Natal specifically on disability, about 73% of those that are disabled are African, followed by Indians at 13%, whites at 10% and coloreds at 4%. That is the OFO classification. So we're classifying here, as we have indicated earlier on, in terms of the different levels of occupational categories, each one linked to a particular skill level and qualification level. So we have 8. As you can see there, this is a national representation within the MICT sector. So we have a very highly skilled workforce. If you see, most of, or the majority of employees fall within the top 3. These are managers, professionals, and associate professionals. These are people with degrees and above, so MQF level 6 to 7 and above. That's where we find most of them. And that is followed by clerical support workers, and we still do have a good number of elementary workers in KZN at the bottom with 1,526. So as I have indicated before, this gives us a picture of the level of skills that we have and where we need to work from to get everybody to be at level 3 in terms of technical and associate professionals and move up. So there is that thing in ETQA that we call articulation, where people get training or qualifications. We need to make sure that there are different pathways that they can move up and reach higher level of knowledge, skills, and also qualifications. So ideally, yes, those that are below, they need to, if they would love to go up, they should be able to have a way to go up. Of course, we'll always have those that support those that are at the top, but as you can see, this is a highly skilled workforce, and the majority are in the IT sector. The next slide is a representation for KZN on the same OFO classification. This also mirrors the national picture. If you look at the bottom where the managers are and professionals and associate professionals, majority of employees in KZN also belong to that category, even the fourth one. So it's still a highly skilled workforce. So even though there will be a balance between training providers training at possibly lower NQF levels, there should also be a balance of those who are able to get access to higher levels on the NQF, as this basically means as well that the labor market is demanding highly skilled people in these top three categories because of the segmentation of the sector, where IT is the largest employer by subsector. I think that's the slide. Sorry, I didn't share it. So we're moving on to chapter 2, which is the key skills change drivers, as I've indicated. So for the last 4 years in our research and in the SSP development process, technology has been a key change driver, specifically in the 4IR space. So if you look at that representation as well, it shows you that artificial intelligence, 54%, that's the largest change driver in the sector. So we're seeing a lot of employers requiring skills in artificial intelligence. And that is also in line with the work that 4IR is doing in terms of all those change drivers that you see in front of you. We have Internet of Things, automation, big data, cloud computing, etc., etc. So part of the work that we do is also identify these change drivers and make sure that we are able to respond to them. As these change drivers are skills related, most of the employers are needing skills, or they are driving change in the labor market in terms of skills in artificial intelligence and the others. In chapter 3, we profile supply and demand, as I have indicated, and there is a methodology that we use in terms of analyzing submitted WSP ATRs, weighing them, also supplemented by other research. And I must say that the list that comes out of this process contributes also to the Home Affairs critical skills list. So these are skills that we as a country are allowed to export. They must be on the Home Affairs list. If that skill is not there, you're not allowed to actually be able to import it or issue a work visa or critical skills work visa based on the Home Affairs list. So part of the work that SETAs do, they contribute to that list. We are not the only ones. We are not the only source of data. But the work that we do also is used as part of coming up with a final list that Home Affairs would have. They have their own methodology that they use. We are using the methodology as also guided by DHEAD. DHEAD will also have an overall list which will include everybody within the sector, or higher education, I mean. So in terms of how to fill vacancies from that process, in terms of analyzing skills demand and supply, for the advertising sector, there are hard to fill vacancies. These are vacancies that has taken you as an employer 6 or more months to fill. We do ask you these questions in the WSP. As you submit a WSP, there are questions that we ask you. So this is also the analysis from that information. We have multimedia specialist, multimedia designer, advertising specialist, digital artist, and marketing practitioner. If you have to move to the film and electronic media, how to fill vacancies, we have film director, camera operator, media producer, sound technician, digital artist, journalist, and editor. If you had to move to the ICT ones, we have software developer, computer network engineer, ICT systems analyst, computer network technician, ICT security specialist, developer programmer, data scientist, telecommunications technical officer, ICT sales representative, and electronics engineer. The ICT sales representatives is very special because through our focus groups, we also noted that they indicated that this is a a special skill, because when you are a salesperson and you're selling ICT staff programs, whatever it may be, you need to have the technical skill, which they find it hard to find people with that technical skill and knowledge. So it's also made it through that list. So in terms of the sectoral priority occupations list, so this is the top 10 vacancies for us, or top 10 skills that the sector has identified as the ones that they need, possibly finding it even harder to fill or finding the skills. There may be many reasons why you're not able to find the skill. It's not always only about skill. Sometimes it may be geographic area where you need this skill. You may not have people available to relocate there. It may be also a salary issue. So normally the list that we put here is purely on skills. We don't put where you have not filled this vacancy because you found a person but they're not willing to relocate to where you are. It means the skill is available in the country, it's just not possibly at the right salary level or at the right location for the candidate that you're looking for. So here it's purely from a skills base in terms of not being able to find the skills or hard to find them. Software developer, computer network systems engineer, ICT systems analyst, ICT security specialist, developer programmer, data scientist, telecommunications officer, technologist, multimedia specialist, ICT sales representative, and editor. So we also profile skills gaps. So we do have those skills that people need in the workplace, but they're not necessarily hard skills. These are just gaps. So this could be a short program or a skills program to bridge that gap. So we've also profiled those management skills. You might want to take people on management training just to bridge that gap that you've noticed that they need in terms of their self-development. We also have certified skills in specialized IT programs, Cisco, Azure, etc. Financial management skills, communication skills, sales skills, project management skills, business management skills, leadership skills, and problem solving skills. As I go, I also like to just demonstrate the extent of supply. So meaning in terms of our top programs or the programs that has the most enrollments in the MICT SETA. We've seen that in the last 4 or 5 years, learnerships and skills programs are the programs that has the highest enrollments. Also highest completion, so we're profiling that. And we know learnerships are also popular because they offer learners an opportunity to be in a workplace and also have an opportunity to study towards a qualification. So that gives them the door into the workplace. Once they complete, they're able to find employment as they would have had practical experience. So these are quite popular skills programs. Will be linked to those short programs that also the employees will need. So these are the two most popular occupations. And if I had to do an aggregated analysis also for a 4 or 5 year period, where we see in terms of learner enrollments and completions. So this is both for employed and unemployed. So we've profiled them here. So you'll see for 2024 or 2023-24, that's the highest. That's the highest completion rate at 72%. And I think, okay, let me rush then. I'm almost at the end, Helvi, thank you. Here we're profiling unemployed learners who enrolled in programs. As you can see, the majority of enrollments are in learnerships and skills programs, and the least in university placements and bursaries, with the highest enrollments in Gauteng. On the next slide, it's unemployed learners who have completed for the same period as before. Majority of completions within this category are in learnerships and skills programs, with Gauteng being where the most completions happened, followed by KwaZulu-Natal, with the least being bursaries and candidacy. For the employed, for the same period, majority of enrollments are in skills programs. Also for those that are specific for federations on labor unions, we do have a specific focus on those as well, with the majority of employed learners enrolled in Gauteng, followed by the Free State for this category. And lastly, for completions for the same period, majority of completions for employed. These are people who are already in employment. It's skills programs. This also makes sense as those already in employment will mostly do skills programs. And also RPL, we do have a focus on RPL, is also important, with the majority of completions being Gauteng, followed by KZN with the least completions, AET and bursary. It's also in line with the demographic profile and occupational classification, where you've seen that we don't have a lot of people who are sitting at the AET level. I'm not going to run through this. I'm told we are 15 minutes behind. I'm just going to run through and just touch on the tracer study, because I think that's very important in terms of just giving you that feedback in understanding how the MICT program is doing and how we can compare the cohort that we traced in 2023 and the cohort that we were able to trace in 2024. So as you can see, in terms of the unemployment after the program in 2023, the cohort that we traced then, 72% of them were unemployed after the program. For 2024, the specific cohort for that financial year that we traced, 49% of them were unemployed, meaning 51% of them were able to find employment. The learners who complete these programs are not only employed within the MICT SETA, they are able to be employed in other sectors of the economy. And then we asked them how many of them think they got employment as a result of the SETA program. In 2023, 27% said yes. In 2024, we've seen that number increase at 64%, as we've also seen that most of them were able to find jobs. Those who got promoted since completing the learning program, it was 20% in 2023 and it's 28% in 2024. If we had to look at average salary for one that was in 2023 compared to 2024, there has been an increase in the average salary from about just over 7K to about over 11K. So we've seen that. I'm just going to run through that as well on the next slide. There are those learners who have started their own businesses. We also profile in terms of the company benefits that they've been able to get. Most of them have indicated that now they have access to medical aid, pension funds, some allowances that they would not have before. We also asked them qualification matched occupations where they've been able, the occupation they were in the workplace, did they match the qualification? 20% said no match, 23% partially match, 58% of partial were perfect match. So this is also important. Remember, learners want to get experience in line with the qualifications so that they can follow the career path that they want. Completion rate, we've seen a dropout rate reduce. We have a 92% completion rate with an 8% dropout rate in 2024. I would like to thank you. I'm not going to go through that slide. I don't have time. But basically, that slide is just to indicate that we have the medium-term development plan. As a SETA, we are aligned to the medium development plan. Also, in terms of those priorities, the three priorities: inclusive growth, reduce poverty, and tackle high cost of living, and build a capable, ethical, and developmental state. This has always been the mandate of the SETA. In the work that we do, we are contributing to those three priorities. And I'd like to thank you.
Colleagues, our system is open for your submission of WSP and ATR. Please make sure you submit. Don't wait till the last minute rush. And also, if you have queries outstanding from your previous submission, resolve those as alluded to by Ms. Butler that you have up until the last day of this month to submit, or you would be losing out on your mandatory grants. We will now take questions. I'll take 3 questions from the floor, and then we'll give our colleagues a chance to answer before we go in a quick short break. Do we have questions, colleagues? Questions or comments or compliments? No hands on the floor. We'll now take a short leg stretch and be back here by 10 to 11. Thank you. As we all make our way back in, for the interest of time, we'll continue with the program. I will now call Mr. Ernest Nemugabini, Senior Manager, Learning Programs Division, to come on stage and take you through the OPD process and the funding processes that we have. I know that part you've been waiting eagerly for the longest time. Mr. E, the stage is all yours.
Good morning. Sanibonani. Ninjani. Yapi. Arovu. Okay. Thank you very much. I'm going to take you through the process in terms of what Buntle have already alluded in terms of the plans that we have as an organization to drive skills development within the media, advertising, information technology, and telecommunication sector. Our mandate is, in the main, is to implement the sector skills plan by responding to what the sector have indicated in terms of what are the skills that are in demand. Then we'll respond in terms of implementing those skills development programs. The first intervention, which is very, very critical, which assists young people who are coming from matric with no any post qualifications, with skills and qualification when they complete the program. It's a learnership program, which is a combination of both theory and practicals. And when the learners complete this program, they are able to receive a certificate issued by the SETA. Skills program is very critical for those learners who have identified certain unit standard within the qualification, and they're able to do a registered skills program, and they receive a statement of result at the end of the program. Graduate internship program is very, very critical to assist our graduates that are coming from universities who are having qualifications, who need workplace experience, so that they can be able to be employed when they complete the internship programs. These programs bridge the gap between workplace experience as well as the qualification that they're having, so that they can apply whatever that they've learned in school into practice. Work integrated learning programs are very, very critical to assist especially students that are coming from University of Technologies who need workplace experience for them to obtain their qualification. Then they can be placed in a workplace for a period of 12 months, and then they are able to receive their qualifications after they've done the occupational directed program in the workplace. Bursaries are critical in terms of assisting students that are studying programs within our subsectors. We fund those interventions until they finish their program, until they obtain their qualifications. I'll indicate in terms of the cost, in terms of how much do we fund per intervention in the next slides. Vendor-specific programs and short programs are also very critical in our sector, especially in the ICT sector, where it's mainly dominated by multinational companies who are having their own vendor programs, where the learners can be exposed to the Cisco's, the Microsoft, and CompTIA Plus. Those are the vendors that are critical within our space, where learners can be enrolled and being taught, and they do write international exams, and they can be employable after completing this program. Recognition of prior learning is very critical for those employees who know how to do the job, but they don't have a formal qualification. Then they can be exposed to this program and receive a qualification. We're still going to have skills development to support SME, cooperatives, as well as NGO in the next financial year. The interventions for unionized workers to be exposed on various skills such as short programs as well as skills programs. This intervention is also there for the next financial year. The slides is just show in terms of the numbers of learners that have been trained in the past financial years. Then you can see that there is growth in terms of number of learners that we are enrolling every year as a SETA. And we appreciate the collaborations that we are receiving from stakeholders to drive skills development, because without stakeholders, we are not able to implement this program. In the last financial year, you can see that we're sitting on 13,000 learners that have been trained on various programs. That even this year, when we check our record, we are still over 13,000 of learners that have been enrolled on various programs within our sector. In terms of targets, this is the annual targets that we're having for 2025-2026 financial year. Our financial year starts from April, finish March next year. Under TVET placement, the annual target is 1,200 with a budget of 70,000 per students. Then same with internship, then the planned target is 2,500 at a cost of 73,600 per intern in the next financial year. And in the past, we used to have this target under 1.5, but now you can see that it has been up. One of the things that have made us to increase this target, when we look at the Tracer study report in terms of how many learners do get absorbed after they complete the program, we find that most of the learners that get employment are coming from this intervention, undergraduate internship program. Then the next interventions is skills program. The annual target is 1,200 for the 2025-2026 at the cost of 40,400 per learner. That amount, it includes training cost as well as stipend that assist learners to commute from home to the training center. Then the other intervention, which is very, very critical, is learnership. The annual target is 4,900 learners that we need to train in the next financial year. This is the highest target that we have. It does assist learners with the qualification, because when learners complete this program, they do receive qualifications. Depend on the NQF level, it's ranging from NQF level 4 up to NQF level 6. It depends on the type of the program that the learner is doing. The other thing that we want to encourage stakeholders to do is to have that alignment between the qualification that the learners is enrolled as well as the workplace component. If a learner is doing technical support, that learner has to be placed in an environment which is aligned with the technical support requirement, so that when they complete this program, the sector is able to absorb them, because they do have a knowledge in terms of the theory and also have a workplace knowledge as well. Candidacy is very, very key. We do have a target that responds to graduates who have completed programs in the ICT sector, who can be registered as professional within that space. Then they can be enrolled in a candidates program for a year. Short programs, the annual target is 1,300 on the budget of 50,400, including a training cost of 39,000 as well as 3.8 for allowance. Bursary for unemployed students, we got an annual target of 450 for the students that are doing degrees or diplomas within the institution of higher learning, either from the university or colleges that are implementing bursary programs within our subsectors, and we're able to fund those students at a cost of 90,000 per student. AET programs, they are very, very critical in terms of elementary skills, where learners that are coming from AET colleges, they can be enrolled on various programs such as our learnerships, our skills program, as well as short programs. Then the annual target is 77 learners that we need to train in the 2025-2026 financial year. We do have programs that respond to employed skills programs, as well as programs that are mainly focusing on skill development for TVET lecturers and TVET workers. We do have a target that talks to that. Rural development is very, very key. We have planned to implement 60 programs that are going to be implemented nationally in response to rural development strategy. There's a plan to support 250 SME in implementing various skills development within our subsector. There's a plan as well to support 200 cooperatives and also train learners to start up cooperatives within our subsectors. What we have noted is that not every learner who complete our program get absorbed at the end of the program. Hence, we need to train our learners as well to start cooperatives in response to enterprise development as well, so that if they don't get absorbed through employment, they are able to start their own companies, and when they start their own companies, they are able to recruit other learners to be part of the program. Enterprise development programs, we have planned to roll out 200 learners programs to focus on the training around how to start your business, which means those learners will be exposed on a new venture program so that they can learn on, in terms of skills, how to start your own enterprise, how to sell your business, how to market your business, how to rebrand your business in a way that it can be sustainable. Then we have planned to train around 200 learners in the following year. NGO programs, there is a plan to support NGO, CBOs within our subsectors in implementation of various skills development programs. TVET lectures development, we have planned to roll out either short program or skills program, focusing on TVET lecturers that are coming from public TVET colleges to be exposed on various skills development so that they can remain relevant within our subsector. We will have partnership with universities. We're also going to have partnership with CET colleges nationally in response to skills development programs. Then in terms of how did we perform in the past years, you can see that our graph have been increasing year after year in terms of programs that we have been implementing in partnership with stakeholders like yourself. Then in terms of DG updates, last year from the 4th of June 2024 up to the 4th of July 2024, the SETA advertised a window and invite all the stakeholders to respond to the call, and the stakeholders have responded. If you can see them in terms of the figures, that's the number of applications that have been received in that particular window. Unfortunately, if you look at the red pie chart, it reflects 290 stakeholders. What happened is that they've created the application on the system and they fail or they forgot to submit the applications, which means it's still pending on the system. It's showing as in progress. Then only 1,700 and odd numbers were able to submit the application successfully. The next graph it shows in terms of province, how did the sector respond. You can see that Gauteng was the highest in terms of the respondents that are coming from the stakeholders. Then I'll focus on KZN. If you check your graph there was also high volume of application that was also coming from your province in terms of DG window. Then in terms of allocation per province, then Gauteng is still the highest because most of the stakeholders they are based in that province, and even the population, if you look at the population of the country, Gauteng is one of the provinces that is highly populated. Then the next, it was Western Cape, but I will focus on KZN, with the states around 10.58%, which means from all the applications that the SETA have received, then they've managed to allocate 10.58% to KZN. Then in terms of budget versus what the industry have requested, you can see that the budget that have been allocated for 2025-2026 is around 1 billion and some odd numbers against the application of 41 billion. Then you can see that the demand is higher than what we can supply as a SETA. We wish if we can respond to all the applications that we have received every year, but due to limited resources, we are unable to respond to all the applications in a positive manner. Then the next slide it shows in terms of interventions. Then you can see what the demand per interventions under learnerships, AET. You can see that this is the number of learners that the industry have requested in the past window versus what the SETA can respond to. Then these are just the numbers, application per interventions, number of learners that the industry have requested, and the number of learners that have been shortlisted in response to the demand. You can see that the appetite is very, very high. Unfortunately, due to limited resources, we are unable to respond to that demand. In terms of processes, this is just a summary of activities that happen after the DG have been advertised. Then the first step is for you to respond to the call online. Then the next step, there are evaluations of compliance documents that take place until the vetting. For all the stakeholders that have been shortlisted for vetting, the vetting are in progress. Make sure that you upload all the required documents that have been requested by the advisor so that the SETA can expedite the process. Then in terms of approval and appeal process, if you are not happy with the outcome that you have received on the DG, you are welcome to go online and lodge your appeal on the system. Then there is an appeal committee that look at all the appeals that have been submitted, and they will be able to provide the feedback. The request that we also want to make to our stakeholders, for all queries related to DG, please send your query to dgqueries@mict.org.za. You are able to track your application online. You can see the status of your application online. And if you want to lodge an appeal, you can also do it online. Then once the vetting process is completed, then the SETA will issue SLAs. Then once you receive SLA, then you are able to start implementing the program. We also want to urge all the stakeholders that have been shortlisted, please don't start with the recruitment process until you receive a service level agreement. Because being vetted does not warrant the issuing of the SLA. Vetting is just a compliance process that the SETA have to follow through. Then you can only be approved once you receive the SLA. Then you can start implementing the program. And as you recruit, if you are implementing a graduate internship program, please kindly focus on the graduates that are within our subsectors. Our mandate is to drive skills development within media, information technology, telecommunications, electronics, and ICT. Recruit learners within our subsectors is very, very important so that we can respond to the demand side that we wouldn't have reflected on the SSP. Then even in terms of implementation, please comply with the terms and conditions of the SLAs. The SLA requires you to place the learners. Make sure that your learners are placed in line with the qualification that they are doing, and make sure that you pay your learners in line with the terms and conditions of the SLAs. Then this is just an emails in terms of if you got queries. For any other queries, then you can escalate those queries to management. But for DG, please send your query to dgqueries@mict.org.za. Don't send it to Ernest. I'm responsible in the implementation of the decision that has been made by the organization. Then all queries must be directed to the relevant committees pertaining to DG. And thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you, Mr. E, for that information. Going forward, stakeholders, let's be mindful of our targets when we do our application. You see, sometimes we've got stakeholders that apply for 1,000 learners in a learnership for one organization. Looking at the targets, that doesn't make much sense if you're going to apply for 1,000 alone when we've got only 4,900 that has to be divided amongst stakeholders nationally, not only in KZN. So let's be mindful of that and bear with the SETA as we can't accommodate everybody at once. because we have targets and we've got a limited budget as well. I will now call on stage Ms. Natalie Nason, who is the Quality Assurance Senior Manager, to take you through ETQA processes and all the changes that we have in ETQA, including changes that involve QCTO. On stage, Ms. Natalie.
Still morning. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. I'm in my hometown. I would have expected a better reception. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Thanks for having us today. My job is to basically take you through the transitional arrangements and what's happening in terms of the changes in the skills development landscape. I think the earlier two presentations by my colleague, Ms. Buntle Mokwena, as well as my colleague, Mr. Ernest Nemugaveni, I always get it right, I guess I'm a bit jittery this morning, but anyway, give you an indication of what happens within the SETA. So as Ms. Mokwena has highlighted from her perspective and the work that's done within sector skills planning, they give us all of the sector intelligence related to how our sectors operate, what it is they require, the employees in the sector, the employers in the sector, and ultimately the roadmap in terms of the skills that are required. And then through the learning programs division, they then look at, from a budget allocation, how do they fund these programs. Our role as ETQA is to build the bridge between the two programs. So we get our direction then from Ms. Mokwena and her team around, of course, the qualifications that are required, which then gives way and leads into the skills development providers that need to become accredited for those providers or to be able to implement those qualifications. The kind of assessors, moderators, subject matter experts that are required to assist with the implementation, and then ultimately how we end up certificating the learners. Our role is then also quite critical because we now have taken over some of the functions that have been delegated by the QCTO. And I'm sure, colleagues, we have for the past 3 years discussed some of the changes that are happening in the landscape. And as you can see with the continuous move and shift, that these changes are here to stay. And our role is to ensure that we are adapting, that we are moving at the speed that is required to be able to be responsive to the changes that are happening in the sector, as highlighted by the CEO and the chairperson of the board earlier. So just in terms of the key points we'll discuss in the presentation today, we're going to have a look at the transitional arrangements and the registered occupational programs that you can become accredited for. Learnership registration and the process. Many of you are asking, once we have the occupational qualifications, when do they become learnerships? So we'll just indicate the process that we undertake there. The registration of subject matter experts, and the only difference there in the process is the subject matter expert is known to be an assessor and moderator in the historical process. The occupational accreditation and workplace approval process, as well as ESA centers. We'll zoom into then how you implement occupational qualifications as well as ESAs, and we'll finish off then with the accreditation tariffs and then certification reprints. So colleagues, just to move straight into the transitional arrangements. So we are having a look at 2019, an extension was granted by the then minister to then have a look at the historical qualifications. So these are all the qualifications you've been training on before, the occupational qualifications, that their last date of registration would be the 30th of June 2023. We then moved into the second stage of the phase, which was then the government gazette, which was issued, and that gazette specifically spelled out that there would be 30 qualifications which would be extended. The list of those qualifications are in this presentation, but we've also communicated this to you through our various platforms. This information is also available on our website under stakeholder information. We then had a second gazette which was issued by the Honourable Minister, and this gazette then said, while we understand that the 30 qualifications have been extended, we note that there is a request for further extension of qualifications, and to be able to facilitate this process, the Minister then delegated the function to the QCTO as well as SAQA for them to look at it on a case-by-case basis. Then we had the introduction of the accreditation tariffs, and I'm sure many of you have attended the QCTO Roadshows where they've communicated that there are now implications or cost implications with regard to seeking accreditation within the occupational accreditation space. We recently as Saturday, have received an approval from the QCTO as well as SAQA. So many of you have requested for the extension of the business analysis qualifications in NQF level 5 and 6. I'm happy to indicate and to announce that these have been approved by both SAQA and QCTO. So you are welcome then to, if you are already accredited as a provider, meaning you must already be accredited as a provider, you can then start with the process of learner enrollment on these qualifications. Please note, colleagues, if you have not historically been registered for these qualifications, we cannot do an extension of scope, nor can we then accredit you for these qualifications because the SETA no longer has the mandate of accreditation. And then ultimately, we then move into the process where the final process, which is now we've also been granted the opportunity up to and including the 12th of March, which is Wednesday, to then request for any further extensions of qualifications that we would like from the QCTO. So just in short, in terms of the list of qualifications and the transitional arrangements, I'd like to zoom into then point number 3 on this slide, which basically indicates that you may request for your extension letter. So what we have also instituted within the MICT SETA is that under the initial gazette, we could extend qualifications up to the 30th of June 2025. And that was a stance that the SETA has taken. We also now have reviewed that stance and said that we would allow for learner enrollment up to and including the 30th of June 2026. And those are for now the 32 qualifications, which include business analysis. So if you are looking to get an extension letter that indicates you are credited up to and including 30th of June 2026, please pivot to then the hyperlink that is on this presentation where you can then request for an extension letter. We've also then prepared a circular. It is under stakeholder information. You can use that document as well as your accreditation letter. It just indicates that your accreditation is valid. And then just in terms of the turnaround times here, we're looking at a total of 30 days, but largely dependent on whether we receive the information from you. Also to note that if your site has changed and you're asking for then an extension letter, we would need to start the process of site approval for your new site. So the link to site approval can be found at the last bullet point on this presentation. These are just the 30 qualifications I alluded to, and we've just added the last 2 qualifications, business analysis, NQF level 5 and 6. So in terms of registered occupational programs, we have a total of 12 that have been registered, and these are the ones that we've realigned from historical qualifications into occupational programs. Please note, colleagues, that we have realigned all of the historical programs into occupational programs. The remainder are, however, in evaluation with QCTO as well as SAQA. As soon as we become aware of those qualifications, we will then alert you around these qualifications, the qualification numbers, etc. If we have then a look at the note on the top of this next slide, this basically just indicates that the animation qualifications have been registered as well. They are available on the SAQA website. We currently await QCTO to actually upload the necessary documentation, so like the curriculum documents, the assessment specifications onto their website, but they are fully registered as well. This is just a list of the programs that are in evaluation with QCTO. I want to then move into learnership registration and the process. So the 12 qualifications that we have highlighted previously, we are then having them registered as learnerships. This is just to ensure that once you respond to then the request or you respond to the open window for discretionary grant funding, you have occupational programs at your disposal that you could tap into. So in terms of the process, and this process is largely governed by both QCTO as well as the Department of Higher Education and Training. It starts off with the SETA, then submitting the application to QCTO. The QCTO evaluates the application and provides us with feedback. Sometimes we need to close gaps, other times they're quite happy with with it, and they make the recommendation to DHET. Then there's registration of this learnership by DHET, and we have the issuance of a learnership number, at which stage we then obviously communicate this to you as well, and you could then start with the process of requesting for DG funding should the window be open in terms of the occupational qualifications and learnerships. Subject matter expert registration. So as I indicated earlier, the only difference between this and an assessor or moderator is just the naming of this particular function. So the QCTO do not refer to assessors and moderators, they refer to subject matter experts. But you'd note if you are an assessor, if you are a moderator, you are a subject matter expert. And so the application process is quite clear. We'll run through it in a few moments, but what I would like to highlight as critical is what we find on the next slide. This occupational subject matter expert then must have a look at the curriculum document. So the curriculum document that can be found on QCTO, that basically indicates what the key requirements are to be registered as a subject matter expert, or to be able to assess competence against the outcomes of this occupational qualification. Here we've given you an illustration in terms of cloud administrator. So the cloud administrator qualification basically says that the subject matter expert must have an NQF level 5 recognized qualification, 1 year's experience within IT, and vendor certification. When we talk about vendor certification, I want to pivot then to the point number 2, which talks about, for example, if you are looking at cloud administration, you should have completed a program and received certification with either Microsoft, CompTIA, AWS, or any other institution that offers this type of certification. Colleagues, this is critical because when we look at your application for accreditation, when you relook at your application for subject matter expertise, we specifically look at this as well. So this covers the process. So we receive your online application through our integrated learner management system. We evaluate your application. We make a recommendation. So the evaluator makes a recommendation. We then have the approval at the relevant levels and structures, and then we have the issuance of the letter. Again, this takes a period of 30 days, subject to the receipt of all of the information. Please note that this starts on the integrated learner management system. I'd like to encourage all of you colleagues, we've been around the country conducting workshops on how to use our integrated learner management system. As of the 1st of April 2025, the ETQA will no longer be making use of any of the MS forms, any of the semi-automated processes, none of the manual processes. We will only make use of the integrated learner management system. So please, it's very important that you become conversant with how the system works. We also host monthly capacity building sessions to bring you up to speed as well with what the core requirements are and how to navigate the system. I'd like to move into occupational accreditation and workplace approval. So just occupational accreditation process, as you are aware, colleagues, of the core requirements around this. There are legislative requirements. There are requirements in terms of a site for implementation. Now, the MICT SETA really does make provision for online learning as core learning, meaning that you can implement your programs using any of the platforms that are outlined in our e-learning policy. However, within the QCTO environment, they request that you make use of both. So you can conduct e-learning, but you must have a physical site for implementation. So the process starts with the QCTO, where you submit your application, and they then do the compliance vetting. The second stage of the process is where they issue us with the list of compliant applications, and we then move into the third stage where we allocate to our advisors, they conduct site visits, and then the reports are ultimately generated. We have our own internal accreditation committee. This serves then as the committee to quality assure the application and the submission that is made to QCTO prior to it being issued. They make a final recommendation on your report, and then it is issued to QCTO for the final processing. Colleagues, we note the process and the turnaround time should be 90 days. We are allocated 45 days from the time it reaches the MICT SETA. So in terms of the 90 days, I understand there are lots of frustrations around. I submitted in June of 2024. Kindly note that the minute it lands with the MICT SETA is then when the 45 days that have been allocated to us commences. We're also requesting then that as we engage with you to do these site visits, colleagues, please make yourself available. Please ensure that your sites are ready for this actual site visit. We not only do the physical site visits because we understand the dynamics of our country, particularly around, the more rural parts of the country. We still require physical site visits, but in the instances where there is sufficient infrastructure for us to roll out online sessions, we do that using our Blitz system. Colleagues, when we are rolling out your sessions, our humble request is that you ensure that your location is activated so we can confirm that the location that you have reflected in terms of your application is in fact the location where you are at when we are rolling out then this online site visit. We're also asking that you ensure that your camera is clean and clear so we're able to record the session and able to view all of the elements that are required where this is concerned. So a total of 90 days. Then once you've started the process of accreditation with QCTO, the QCTO usually say that there should be the workplace approval in place, and this is for then the workplace modules, because we note there are 3 components linked to occupational qualifications. You have the knowledge, the practical, and then the workplace. The workplace, it is prescribed, it is compulsory that a learner must be in a workplace where they would be able to then gain or implement the skills that they've learned at the knowledge and the practical component. Over and above that, they need to complete the tasks and the outcomes linked to the workplace. So just in terms of workplace approval, with the application that you submit to QCTO, an MOU would suffice. However, when we get to the implementation, you would then need to do a workplace approval, and that process is run in and through the SETA. So this picture just gives you an illustration of what we are trying to do with workplace approval. It is to integrate the knowledge and the alignment of what we've learned in the classroom and the practical or the simulated components into the workplace, where a workplace mentor will then be able to assess the learner's competence against the outcomes and they'd be able to get the necessary skills. I'd like to just quickly give an overview of the difference between the occupational and historical processes. I think zooming into the first point under occupational, it's just that under the occupational programs, it is a vocational program, so it is more hands-on, and therefore 70% of this qualification is around your ability to do more than your ability to know. If we have a look at the historical qualifications, most of the elements of the qualifications were more theoretical. And even though we had learnerships and the outcome was in terms of the logbook and for the learner to be in the workplace, it was not as stringent as the occupational programs. So please, colleagues, ensure that you have a workplace that is aligned to the occupational program so the learner can get the necessary experience. The other thing that it does is, I think it's the third last point, it just says it gives them access to the learner access to the workplace, and it brings them closer to the practical tasks that are expected. This then eliminates what we have experienced in the past, where learners graduate, they are certificated, but when they get into the workplace, they have no place or no understanding of where to start in the occupation in which they've been certificated for. So the QCTO really wants to see that this is actually working. So in terms of workplace approval, our process is that we will award this in line with the QCTO's accreditation process, and this will be for a period of 5 years. Now, this means that the SETA will monitor throughout the process just to ensure that the site remains compliant. If there are any changes, you are requested to alert the SETA prior to us picking up the changes so that we can ensure that the changes have been factored in to your accreditation. The requirements are listed there from the third bullet all the way down. And these are just mostly the legislative requirements. Important to note, occupational health and safety certificate to ensure that the learners are safe on site, and then dependent on who is covering the learners in terms of implementation, you'd need to ensure that they are registered with the Compensation Commission and they have a COIDA certificate in place. So just important as well to note, when you are placing the learner in the workplace, just the coach versus the mentor approach. When we have a look at what we expect, you would find some learners that learn at a slower pace. So those learners would require a coach who would give them a more directive approach in terms of instructions, instructing, telling them, giving them advice, etc., etc. And learners who are probably more ahead in terms of their learning would need support from a non-directive perspective around the mentorship aspect. Please ensure that you have service level agreements in place with these workplace mentors so that when we come out and we conduct provider monitoring, we can engage then with these workplace mentors on the learner's ability to implement. Those are just the requirements for workplace learning, and this just gives you the application process end to end. The process starts with the MICT SETA, and it is done in and through the integrated learner management system as well. We do the desktop vetting and we give you feedback on your compliance status. Again, if there are gaps, you are given a period of time in which to close these gaps. Colleagues, the standard allocation is 21 days to close gaps. If we do not receive your documents after 21 days, we close your application and you will be required to resubmit your application. We do experience a high volume of non-submission of documents, and on the day that you submit, you expect to receive a letter. Unfortunately, colleagues, turnaround times still apply. So if we only receive your documents, all of your documents, after day 21, that's when we can say the next part of the process starts, which is then allocation for site visit. So we have estimated that this takes a period of 30 to 40 days as well, a maximum then of 90 days dependent on the documentation that we receive and your request for extensions on gap closure. I'm sure, colleagues, many of you are aware that in the process of occupational implementation, there is a last component, which is the integrated summative assessment, or the external integrated summative assessment. This means that the learner completes the knowledge, the practical, and the workplace component. They're issued with a statement of results. This then makes them eligible to complete the final exam. This exam is then conducted at an ESA center. So to become an ESA center, you would then need to ensure that you meet all of the requirements as listed under the entity must, those bullet points covered there. But once again, a juristic person, much like you would when you're applying to become an SDP. We received this question in Cape Town: can I become an SDP and an ESA center at the same time? Absolutely. Do I have to be an SDP with QCTO to become an ESA center? No, you do not. You can be an ESA center, or you can be an SDP, or you can be both. So just in terms of the application process, the application starts with QCTO. You have to submit all your documents. They do the desktop vetting once again. They give us feedback. It's allocated to us. We conduct the site visits. We generate the report. It's presented to our committee, and we then submit to the QCTO. Again, the turnaround time there, we look at a total of 40 days. We've put a hyperlink in this as well to just direct you to the applications process. I thought it was important to just share this with you, colleagues. So all learners need an exit point in the occupational process, and an exit point is an ESA center. So if we have a look at this trend analysis, we've just highlighted for the top 3 regions, and I must commend this region, my region, on being number 2 in terms of the number of ESA centers, a total of 9 ESA centers already within this region. I think you deserve a round of applause for that. So this just means that in terms of the number of STPs that we have registered and accredited here, 37, so the ratio is sitting at 24%. It's still not ideal because we're looking at 60 to 70%, noting that, of course, we are going to be, throughout DG funding, ensuring that we fund learners onto these programs, but it's not just the SETA that funds, other SETAs fund. There are employers who privately fund as well, so there has to be an exit point for learners, and we'd like to encourage you, colleagues, to please seek accreditation or registration as an ESA center. This is just the list of the ESA centers. I won't run through these. This just indicates where they are, what they are accredited for. We've kept it in this format so you can see which qualifications there are ESA centers ready and available for. Then just in terms of the ESA calendar, we've also received a lot of requests around this. So this is the calendar that we've put together for this calendar year, which started, of course, on the 1st of January, all the way down, and those are the dates. The QCTO requires us to indicate the date of the ESA, as well as then the registration closing date. Colleagues, if you have not registered, at least 3 months before or 90 days before the time, unfortunately, you would not be able to have your cohort sit for the ESA. So planning is critical in terms of the ESA. This talks around, the next one just talks about the implementation of qualifications, part qualifications, and ESA. We'd note that the difference between then part qualifications, full qualifications, and skills programs is that when we get to skills programs, the only component there is then a supervised, a final integrated summative assessment. So where we start off is that the learners must be enrolled with the QCTO 21 days within the commencement of the program. If not, the QCTO do not recognize the learners when we get to the statement of results stage, meaning the learner will be ineligible for an ESA. Please, colleagues, this is really critical. Ensure that you register your learners or enroll the learners with the QCTO. Then the second stage of the process is obviously the implementation of the practical, the knowledge and the knowledge component at the accredited training site. Again, colleagues, the accredited training site. If the training site where you are implementing is not accredited, you will not be able to get the statements of results for the learners. You may even be required to re-implement the training. So please, we have picked this up in our own processes under historical, where you are implementing, a few stakeholders are implementing programs in sites that are not accredited by the MICT SETA. This makes it very difficult for us at the exit verification stage to determine whether we will endorse or not. So please ensure that that is done. Then we do provide a monitoring as a next stage, and this is done by us as the SETA, the QP monitoring. At this stage, your responsibility would be the allocation of the learners in terms of the workplace approved site. Again, please ensure that the workplace approval is completed prior to the learners heading into then the workplace approval site. We do the quality assurance as the next phase, phase number 4, and we issue the statements of results in conjunction with QCTO. The next is then the registration of the learners for the ESA. So the 90-day rule applies. Please ensure that you register the learners 90 days prior to the ESA, according to the dates that we've highlighted before. The next is then the conducting of the ESAs. So noting you may be an ESA center, you may have subject matter experts within your ESA centers, but you cannot use the same subject matter expert who assessed the learner while they were implementing the training as the subject matter expert during the ESA process. In fact, the SETA itself is going to then allocate these subject matter experts. So this is to avoid conflict of interest, just in terms of the subject matter expert. So if you're a subject matter expert, you've implemented for Natalie and Associates under data science, you cannot then assess the same cohort of learners. And lastly, then certification. We then get into FISA and the skills programs, quite similar to what we've highlighted previously, with the only difference being at point number 4, where it says administration of the supervised FISA by the skills development provider, meaning you would be required to implement the FISA, but it must be a supervised FISA, sort of an invigilated FISA. And that leads us then into the issuance of the statement of results and certification. As alluded to by the CEO earlier, I'd like to share that through and under the leadership of the chairperson of the board, we've managed to engage with the QCTO around the accreditation tariffs. We note, colleagues, that the tariffs were considerably higher before, and it raised some concerns for the MICT SETA around accessibility of our stakeholders into our programs. Also noting that we looked at the rural dynamics, so the rural development strategy, as well as SMMEs and affordability. So based on this and the discussions that we have had, the QCTO have informed us that the updated tariffs are as follows. We've now moved from the initial amount of 6,500 when you commence your application to 2,500 when you commence your application. And I think that's quite a commendable and a notable change from the QCTO in terms of that, a 4,000 Rand saving there. And then in terms of the skills programs and part qualifications, we're looking at 1,000 Rand per skills program. Colleagues, important to note, this is payable directly to the QCTO. Not Natalie, who walks into the QCTO office and takes a picture or a selfie in front of the QCTO banner. Not someone imposing or planning to be from the QCTO directly. We note there's a high number of fraud, corruption, cases happening at the moment within the QCTO where this is concerned. So please ensure that you are engaging directly with the QCTO with regard to this. And please note that these are also non-refundable. Last but most certainly not least, just to indicate that we are receiving a high number of requests for reprints of certificates. And these are not legitimate requests for reprints of certificates as I've lost my certificate, etc., or I've gotten married and I need an updated certificate. These are reprints of certificates where we've received information from you as our stakeholders that says, this is our cohort of learners, the ID number is incorrect, you will find that the name is incorrect. Colleagues, we are humbly requesting for the accuracy of the information that you submit to us for various reasons, and I think I'll share two of them. One is listed on this presentation. We're saying an average of 46% of the certificates that we print are incorrect. So if we're printing 26,000, it's almost half that are incorrect. That's a heavy cost for the SETA to be able to carry. It strains on our capacity and it causes frustration for you as the stakeholder as well as for the learner at the end, waiting for the updated certificate. Moreover, you would note that we take all this information and we submit it to the National Learner Records database where all of our information is housed. Every single one of us who have completed an NQF related qualification, it sits on the NLRD. Now, when we submit incorrect information to the NLRD, the learner's information cannot be found. So when they are looking for employment or any kind of opportunity, companies generally go to the NLRD to verify whether in fact this person has a qualification or the said qualification, and they cannot find the learner on the system. This defeats the purpose of what SETAs are meant to do, to actually assist with creating employment and driving the 3 skills drivers that were highlighted by Ms. Mokoena in her presentation. So colleagues, please ensure that you submit the correct information. Thankfully, we now have the learner management system, and that will assist us in terms of receiving the information, and it will reject any information that it's not able to pick up. So if it's the incorrect ID number, the system will automatically reject it. We will then be indicating the implications of looking at a recertification module within the learner management system to you in our future workshops. My last slide is just in terms of contact details. Like Ernest, I am available to try and resolve some queries, but these are the contact details for the people on the ground, the people you deal with on a daily basis in terms of all of the functions within the MICT SETA and particularly within ETQA. With that, colleagues, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Natalie, for that information. Colleagues, while you are digesting that presentation, please note down your questions so that when we are done with the next presentation, you can engage. I will now call on stage Ms. Gugu Sema, Senior Manager for IR, to take you through 4IR updates. Unfortunately, I'm only giving Ms. Sema 7 minutes in total to give you her updates.
And I will use 3 minutes. Sanibonani eThekwini. Ninjani? Siyaphila nathi. I'm going to take you through the 4IR update. As you know that the 4IR is a global agenda. As a country, our leaders have decided that we will also play or form part of that global agenda so that we are not left behind as a country. And as an organization, the DHET, which is our ministry, have also mandated MICT SETA to lead on 4IR because of the space we are also playing, which is the ICT. It's all started in 2019 when in fact in 2018 when the country decided, but then in 2019 the MICT SETA started with the 4IR by establishing the division. To date it's almost been 5 years, and we have done some exciting initiative. We've also developed a strategy which we live to implement or to fulfill on a daily basis as an organization and also as a division. I'm not going to bother you about the history. As you heard that I've been given 7 minutes, I'm hoping to use only 3 minutes. And because we are 4IR. So just to draw your attention to the strategy which has been approved by the board, the integrated digital skills strategy that we have developed to position the organization to fulfill its mandate. The vision of that strategy is a sector that benefits from enhanced digital skills, realigned workforce, redesign ecosystem and research, because the entire ecosystem had to be redesigned. Without us having a reframed mind, redesigned, we were not going to achieve our mandate. The mission to realign the labor workforce with 4IR skills demands to focus on industry-specific research agenda in support of the redesigned education ecosystem, digital skills intervention and innovation. And just the last part, really, we in the 5 years, we have worked to ensure that we deliver on that. Hence, to date, we have developed all these qualifications, starting with artificial intelligence, right to the last qualification that we are currently developing for this quarter. And we are encouraging STPs that are here and employers to take advantage of these developed qualifications because they are addressing the current skills gaps introduced by the technological advancement. We therefore encourage you that look at the QCTO on those qualifications that have already been approved by SAQA and apply for accreditation, as Ms. Nelson has alluded in terms of the accreditation processes. The current qualifications that are being under development, there are those 4, the database security experts, creative and critical thinking strategies, business intelligence analyst, and lastly, machine learning. So these are the 4 qualifications that we are developing this year, or they are under development. We're hoping to submit this on or before the 30th of April. There are also new qualifications that we will be developing for this year. The focus this year is mainly to also develop qualifications that will be implemented by the CET. In the past, we have been doing a lot of work with TVET colleges. QCTO have requested that we also consider the CET because we also don't want to leave them behind. So we have started with the development of learning materials as we have committed when we started the process of qualification development, that we will also develop learning materials that we will issue to the interested SDPs at no cost. So to date, these are the 3 learning materials that have been completed, and those that are interested in accessing these learning materials, you are welcome to send emails requesting. We will then, Mr. Harold Martin, who's driving this process, will then be able to assist you. These are other learning materials that are in the process of development. We envisaging to complete this process on or before the end of June 2025. So you can take note of that. Another initiative in the division that we were embarking on as part of our mandate was to establish researchers. We have established researchers across public universities, and since the inception of this initiative, we have to date supported 634 beneficiaries at master's and PhD level. In the province here, we have a researcher at UKZN as well as DUT. See Yukeshne sitting there, our researcher assistant at DUT. We have also onboarded new researchers, UNISA, University of Venda, as well as Nelson Mandela University. So these are new babies in the family. We trusting that we will also work closely with them in this initiative. Just to share with you, our researchers are based on these 3 pillars, which is research, innovation, and capacity building. In 2024, we hosted a researcher symposium for the first time, where we invited all the 15 universities and 1 university, which is the private university Stadio. They invited the students to come and present their research papers and also showcase their innovation that support the work that they are doing as part of the innovation. The research or the ICT project that are currently underway or being developed by these various researchers are those ones. I'm not going to go through this, as last year I remember we did share, but it's also good just to make you aware that these projects are still going on through these universities as our students are busy on the project. And then the learning programs, we have started in 2022 piloting some of these qualifications that we have developed in KZN. We have implemented in the Tekwini municipalities, in Richmond, Amajuba. We have implemented the e-waste in Richmond. We've implemented Internet of Things, and in Tekwini municipality, we are implementing the machine learning again. Here we're working with the TVET as well as our research chair, DUT research chair. They are championing this learning, machine learning at Coastal TVET College. Just in terms of the reach, share with you, since we have started with this initiative, to date we've trained about 1,049 unemployed beneficiaries in the various communities, or at the rural and at the township. Part of our successful stories, we have seen a reduction of 130 jobs created out of this initiative. We've seen some startups and SMMEs, about 47 companies were registered in various 4IR general purpose technologies. We have seen 18 cooperatives that were established by these young or youth unemployed who've been in our program, 5 digital incubator programs that were also established. These are some of graduate or graduations that we hosted at the end of our programs. You can see the excitement to those learners or those beneficiaries there. And then we have also been working closely with the TVET, as I've alluded. We've signed about 20 TVET MOUs with different TVET in the province as well. We are working closely with different TVET. The reason we're working with the TVET, most of the TVET, they've got labs that are not being utilized. As a MICT SETA, we've taken a decision that we will access those labs and bring lives in collaboration with our strategic partners to implement these 4IR programs while we are developing or creating a capacity building to the lecturers, because in future those lecturers will be expected to implement the occupational programs. So that's what we've been doing. We also ran various hackathons in support or in fostering innovation, because we can't be talking 4IR without enhancing or cultivating innovation. So we've been doing that through the hackathon that we've hosted in collaboration with our strategic partners, and some of the prototype that came out of these programs. Those are the prototype, as you can see on the first picture, the smart house, smart planter, robotic arm. We normally see these in some pictures that comes from China or in other parts of the world, but it's very exciting and encouraging to see that even our young people here, they have the ability to create or to bring these prototypes. So these are some of the prototypes that came out of these programs. Some of the prototype that they made using the 3D printing. We hosted this in Bloemfontein, and these learners were given some challenges that will address their local ills, social ills. So they then solve those challenges using the 3D printing. And lastly, in terms of the future, as you know, 4IR is futuristic. We will be engaging in implementing, firstly, we will be developing this qualification as part of the support to the industry again, and also supporting the CET colleges. We'll also be implementing national skills competition. This is another support way of supporting innovation in the country for our young people, just to give them an opportunity to innovate. So this then brings me to the end. Thank you very much, Program Director.
Thank you, Ms. Sema, for that presentation. Colleagues, we are now ready for your questions. We will take a set of 3 questions first. We answer those and we'll move on to the next set of questions. Do we have hands? Got one hand over there. You may go through, sir.
Okay.
Second one at the back, followed by a gentleman in the front.
Sanele Kumisala from Okule IT. I think I've got a set of questions. One will be directed to Ernest. The first question is around the cooperative target that was shared. I think currently it's part of the requirement with the SLAs, but there's no clarity as to how this is supposed to be implemented. And it's a bit tricky because you'll find that most of the cooperatives are mainly focusing on agriculture, and then it's mainly driven by not youth mainly, but people who are older, and then I don't know if we can get clarity and support as to how this is supposed to be implemented, or that clause can then be revised. And then the other part, it's around the vendor skills programs. For most of us as small businesses, these initiatives, you will only find that we need access to them when there is an opportunity. And then with SETA, there's only windows that are open and closed. So I don't know how we can work around gaining access as and when maybe an opportunity arises, because it becomes an issue if you have applied for a vendor program and then you find that an opportunity has passed without you maybe accessing the relevant support. And then in some instances, you are unable to then gain access when there is an opportunity at hand. Yeah, and then the other questions I'll then direct to Natalie with regards to the accredited training site. In some instances, we train for companies, and then companies will insist that you need to come to their own site for training. I don't know how that can be worked out because they will only offer you certain times to train and then request their labor force to be back at work. So I think there is a need to accommodate that request, as well as training in rural areas where we know that there's certain limitation in terms of infrastructure. Even if you bring your own resources, you find that it becomes difficult to initiate the project because of these stringent requirements. And then maybe if you can also then confirm that the implementation of qualifications that are sitting with QCTO will then be implemented in joint arrangement between the SETA as well as QCTO, and then where in that process, I noted on the presentation that the application must be forwarded to QCTO and then QCTO interact with yourself and then you do. But when is implementation, how does the two then engage? Who does what and what are the expectations? And then the other issue on this, it relates to the subject matter expert. Some of the qualifications that we will have, maybe somebody that comes from university would have done it as a module. For example, cybersecurity will do it as a module, but not a certificate from any vendor. So how will that then be considered if then the focus is mainly on vendors? Yeah, I think those are the questions for now. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner, for that question. Let's go to Dr. at the back.
Good day, everybody. Thank you so much for such an informative session. It is highly appreciated. I know the CEO complained that you were not clapping, but we were just in awe of some of the achievements that we saw displayed on the screen. On my side, I'm interested in finding out about the research chairs that you indicated that you have in different institutions. Are those research chairs funded by the MICT SETA? And is there a call that goes out for such chairs? And are the institutions, government institutions, permitted to apply for such? As I indicated that I am from the Moses Kotane Research Institute, and our core mandate, other than innovation and technology, is conducting research. So as such, it is of interest to us to ascertain how we can collaborate and form part of such programs. And then the second one that I also wanted to find out was with pertaining to bursaries. Of course, I saw on the presentation that was flighted on the screen, that the focus is more on ICT. So do you guys specify in terms of the areas in which the students need to be focusing on? For an example, specific research topics for your PhDs and master's students, because we also have a program, a bursary program that we offer to the students in collaboration with the Department of Economic Development, Tourism and Environmental Affairs, focusing on some of the strategic areas that you've indicated. Thank you.
Thank you, Doc.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Jabal Kumete from Bokamuso Facilitation Project. My question will be shortly. I need a clarity of that 30% theory and 30% of practical and 40% workplace. Please get a clarity for this one, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kumeda, for that question. I'll give you, Ms. Natalia, a chance to answer first, and then we'll go to Mr. E and then Ms. Sema.
Thank you, and thank you for the questions. I'll start with the first question around the accredited sites. These are legislated parameters. So it is a requirement that you implemented a site that has been approved by the QCTO and the MICT SETA. It's the reason why the MICT SETA has separated the process of site approval from the process of accreditation, because we understand that sometimes you need a faster process to ensure that you can implement at a employer site. So that unfortunately this is not something that can be waived, because it is a legislated requirement, considering that you'll be training students or training learners at a particular site. So the requirements still remain in place. I know the QCTO are quite firm on that as well. So from your implementation plan, you'd note the QCTO request for an implementation plan when you are going to implement the program. You'll indicate where the site is. They'll tell you that it's not an accredited site, and that's when the site approval process would take place, and that's why it's been shortened to 30 days. And I think that's in terms of the rural areas, those are discussions, ongoing discussions that we've had with the QCTO in particular around this. We understand that sometimes you make use of schools, you may make use of churches, etc., etc. I think the most important part there would be to ensure that you have a certificate of compliance for those sites that you'll be utilizing in the rural areas, just to ensure that, of course, the students are safe on site. Then just in terms of the implementation of the qualifications, I do have a slide that indicated who is responsible for what. It is the second roadmap in terms of the implementation plan in the presentation. So once you start implementing, you enroll the learners with QCTO. QCTO then send the document to us, and we then have access to that document to know that you have enrolled learners for these qualifications. We then notify the regions if it's a regional program, and they would then conduct the provider monitoring, which is a standard requirement for implementation of the qualifications. So we are responsible for then the oversight in terms of the implementation according to the curriculum document. Once that has been concluded on, we then can say certainly we've quality assured the process, so that once you have finalized the process of implementation and we get to the statements of results, the SETA is sure that they can endorse for statements of results. So the distinction is there. There's also a link in the presentation that I have put in there. It takes you directly to QCTO. There's a document called The Road to Success. It gives you a clear outline of what is required for implementation of occupational qualifications and who is responsible for what. The subject matter registration, so the curriculum document prescribes. So when we develop the qualifications, we develop the qualifications with you as our subject matter experts. We ask you, what should a subject matter expert have in place to be able to implement this qualification? And you give us the feedback, particularly around they should have this vendor certification, etc., etc. So you may have a student that has completed, as you've indicated, but the vendor certification is an endorsement of the skill and the knowledge and the competence. And that is why the vendor certification is put into the document. So it is done at curriculum development stage, and it's not prescribed by the SETA, but it is prescribed by the curriculum document that has been loaded onto the QCTO website, approved by QCTO, approved by SAQA as well. And I think maybe you wanted to pose the question to Ernest around the skills programs and the vendor skills programs and access to them. Vendor skills programs are readily available, so it doesn't have to wait for the DG for you to actually prepare for it. You would note the interlink now between the DG for vendor certificated programs and then subject matter experts. So it would be advisable to pursue vendor certification at this point already for your subject matter experts so that they are ready for any kind of implementation. I think those are the questions that were directed to E2QA. The last one was the split between the 30%. I think we covered this question in our previous sessions, but the split between the practical and everything else is that 30% of the knowledge is covered under the tasks that are indicated in the knowledge module. They are all integrated tasks. So you'll see integrated tasks between knowledge, practical, and workplace. While at the end of the day, we are building an integrated skill for an occupation, there are specific skill sets that you must know how to do, knowledge. Then there are specific skill sets that you must practically be able to do, practical, and workplace, the integration between the knowledge, the practical, and the workplace. And that is why you'd find the split is 60-40, because we are more concerned with the learner's ability to practically implement, to practically do it at the workplace, than we are concerned with just the learner's knowledge. Before, we just assessed your knowledge. That's why you would find that sometimes even if your logbook was not in place, a learner would still be endorsed. Why? Because the POE was in place. We're saying the POE is at this stage is not a full synopsis of whether the learner is competent or not yet competent to implement. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for the question. I think from my side it was the issue around cooperatives. I think one can confess to say, as a SETA, we are a learning organization. Cooperatives indicator was one of those new indicators that we're implementing, but what we have noted going forward, starting from April going forward, we have split the target. We're going to have a target that focuses on number of cooperatives that are going to be funded by the SETA that are within our subsectors. The target will focus on the number of the entities that have to be funded in response to cooperative development. Then the other intervention will focus on number of cooperatives that have been formed by the learners, which means as you are implementing the program, you will be required to group learners in terms of cooperatives, maybe in 5-5, where they are going to register those cooperatives. Because what we have noted is that in our subsectors, there are very few cooperatives within the ICT space and the media space and the advertising space, and we need to bridge that gap. Hence, we need to encourage our learners to form those cooperatives so that when they finish the program, if they are not absorbed by you as a sector, those learners are able to start their own businesses, then they're able to access funds from other government agencies that support youth who are starting the enterprise. Because what we have noticed is that not all our learners who complete internships, learnership skills program get absorbed at the end of the day. And for them to participate in the economy, if they're not absorbed, they must be able to start their own enterprise, and they must source funding to the relevant agencies who can support those initiatives. Thank you very much.
Okay, Doc, the researchers, yes, they are funded by the MICT SETA. The government institutions that have interest in collaborating with the SETAs on this initiative, They are welcome. We can have a discussion, an off-site discussion to see how we can collaborate with. And they are also expected to respond to the window should the window be open for funding. And we don't have a specific call for the researchers, but universities, they respond to the general call when there is a funding window opened, and they also submit a proposal, because as a SETA or as SETAs, we have an obligation to fund universities and TVETs, so they also submit proposal based on that. Thanks.
So we'll now take the last round of questions. We have one hand at the back. Do we have another hand? Second hand? Third hand to close the session, one in the front. That will be our last question of this session. The mic is coming to you, ma'am.
Good morning. The question that I have is regarding discretionary grants. The chair did speak about the corruption that happened earlier in the SETA, where one company was getting awarded all of the grants. So my question is, with us having done this, I don't know how many years, us going through the same reports, looking at, okay, this region got this, that region got that, this is how much was spent, that was how much is left behind. When are we going to start seeing, when it comes to DG reporting, which companies exactly were awarded and how much were they awarded? Is there something, I don't know, in the Skills Development Act or somewhere that prohibits the SETAs from being able to give us that level of transparency? Because I think it would help a lot if we know, Uguti, as much as you guys are doing your own monitoring and evaluation, but us as well as stakeholders, we also can see that there is a level of accountability and transparency when we are able to have a public register year on year as the grants are awarded per the yearly windows of who has been awarded the grants.
Thank you for the question, Ms. Mshengu. Can go through, ma'am.
Good day, colleagues. My name is Tandega Ndava from Psych Development Skills and Training. My question is very brief, and also it might have been answered, but I would like to ask it anyway. The question is, does MICT SETA provide follow-ups as well as monitoring for organizations that receive the funding to ensure proper utilization of the funds and also the compliance? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ndaba. We will take the last question before we go to responses.
Good morning. My name is Sindisiwe Mzimela. I'm interested in the rural area projects. So my question is, are we going to be updated about the rural area projects since you are still in negotiations? Because we are struggling. I'm coming from Watuguza. So we've noticed that even the MICT SETA is likely to have this type of roadshows in Durban, not coming to rural areas like Watuguza, Mpangeni, and so on, where we can relocate. So my question is that how are we going to be updated, since you said you are still in negotiations? Because we are interested, because we have been struggling a lot. As you said, that there are connection problem. It used to come to a stage whereby our SLA with you is also expired without doing anything. So it is very, very devastating. Please, I will encourage the MICT SETA to visit the rural areas or municipalities, because we we are always visiting municipalities and they will say no, they don't have anything to assist us. So the SETA must please visit rural areas that do thorough investigations. What are they going to assist us with? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mela. Mr. E, do you want to take the one around allocations? Or should we give that to Chair?
Yeah, I think.
Can we have a roving mic for Chair, please? While we're waiting for the roving mic to go to the chairperson, I'll answer the one regarding monitoring of programs. Yes, we do monitor. We have quarterly site visits during the entire program. If a program is a 12-month program, we'll visit that site 4 times to monitor progress of implementation. You can go through, Chair.
So I don't know why the difficult question is given to me, because I think I'm a poor unemployed fellow from the rural areas and I don't even have an office. These people sit in offices, but they asked me to respond. But anyway, so the question I think should be phrased properly. Whether we think there is still traces of corruption or not, I think that's the heart of the question. When we took a decision to say not if just a handful companies will get the allocation and not the others, it was not necessarily, there could be elements of corruption to that, but I think in the main, it's what I called, I usually call it as colonization of MICT, that MICT was colonized by a few training companies. So we had to decolonize that and open up space for many more to benefit. The question is whether that space that we opened indeed has been opened. Let me make an example. At one stage, about 2023 early, a training provider sends a text to me and says, yeah, I want 500 learners because I know there's another training provider somewhere who's gotten more than what you say, it's a cap that's there. And I said, please give us evidence of that so that we follow that up. And of course, when you start saying to people they must bring evidence, they start disappearing. When there's nothing to find, if you see what I'm saying. So the issue about whether there is still corruption that's there or not must be understood in a proper context. The AG, Auditor General of South Africa, annually audits us, and the most important program that is audited is Program 3, which is about these allocations that we're talking about. We even say Auditor General with MICT SETA, and I sometimes feel these people were not audited like this before I came. Since me coming, they are now, it's almost a forensic investigation, not because I'm a bad person, but people want to test that this ethical standing that I always pronounce and say, no corruption under my watch, and they want to actually probe and dig whether is there any for real. And for the last 4 years, nothing has been found. Nothing has been found. Which should tell you that this is properly audited by Auditor General, and the report is there to find, to see. The clean audit is not just about clean in that we're managing finances only properly, but it's also clean insofar as the policies that we follow. Part of that policies, of the set of policies, is the DG policy, which we follow on allocating numbers. But one thing that's not going to happen, which we just have to be at peace with it, for as long as the money that we have is like what it is now,
is that you can't have R1 billion and the demand is 41 billion rands and then hope that everybody is going to benefit. Because if we then go that route, what we're simply doing is being politically correct, regardless of what the outcome is. And we can't afford to just try and appease the political aspirations that all of us are getting something, but the impact is not there. But if anybody feels and believes that there is something that is untoward and they want information to access, constitutionally there's nothing wrong with that. But I don't know whether having a board where we list those who have benefited would be helpful. I'm not sure how helpful that would be. But I think we're not hiding information either. But if people have got inquiries, and I think it's proper, and they must make those inquiries from the organization, including when you are not allocated, you must ask what's the reason for not being allocated. And I don't think there's a problem with that. But as you ask for the reason for not being allocated, you must also be prepared for the answer, so that if it's an answer that you don't like, you also accept it. Because it's not always that when you ask a question, the response is what you want to hear. You may also be told what you don't want to hear. And we must accept that. But I can guarantee you that in the last 5 years, definitely, there is no doubt in my mind that we've done everything according to policy, law, and so on. So that's how it is. And I think the CEO wants to just fortify some of this stuff that I've just said. Thank you.
Sorry, Chair, before you sit, can you touch on the rural development question before we give the mic to the CE?
So the regional director manager had told me that at the beginning that I must sit down now, my time is up. Now she's extending my time now when I want to sit down. So we made a decision as a board, and that let's have a rural development strategy. This comes from one of the things that Professor Blade Nzimande said to me in my first meeting with him after being appointed. He says to me, Mnomzana, you must know these SETAs must stop being SETAs of Sentin, Durban, PE, and so on. They are SETAs of the entire country, right? So we then started developing the rural development strategy to respond to what the minister said. And we have started a process of evaluating whether it's making an impact or not. There could be many things that you do in the process of implementing the strategy and evaluating whether it's making an impact or not. Visiting rural small towns is one of them, but it may not be the only one. And somebody was saying here, and I was saying also, the CEO went to Richmond, visited Richmond. Richmond is a farm town. I don't know, is it there on Google Maps? I don't know. They find it on Google Maps. But it's a small farm town somewhere far. But I know it because I drive past it when I go to Maritzburg from Kokstad, where I stay. So it's that's testimony that we have been to these places. I have been personally to Olundi. I've been to close to Kahlabisa and so on personally on programs of MICT SETA. I have traveled this province on the MICT SETA programs. We might not have been in all of these places. This country is too big, and the pressure that is on these employees is quite heavy on them to be everywhere at the time they would want to be at. But the cry is, correct ma'am, you must raise that. I'm from a rural area. I grew up there, and I know how you feel. So there's nothing wrong in what you're asking. But we must also accept that we cannot be in all of these places every time and any time we wish to be there, because there is practical constraints that we have. So I think we may just say we note that, and we will endeavor to say, Ms. Ndovu, to the extent that it is practically possible from the region, let's try and get to as many places as possible within the resources that are limited that we have, which will not be enough for us to do all what we want to do. But we will try, and please don't beat us up for trying and not getting to your place now. It might be the next one. We don't know yet, but we plan to be visible everywhere else. We have been to practically all provinces, and we've been with the CEO within Pongola or somewhere close to the Jozini area and so on. That's how far we have gone. We have traveled this province. We've crisscrossed this province, and we've crisscrossed the country as a whole. We've been found in a small town called Okip. It's just 100 kilometers from the border of Namibia. And we have been in the Cape Flats. We have been in the Eastern Cape, in the deep of, he knows Kofimvaba now. I don't know, many of you didn't even know where Kofimvaba is. He knows Kofimvaba. Because we've tried to be everywhere where we think there's our people and they need to benefit. So we make all the efforts. We've been in the townships. Yeah. We've been in the Mlazi. We've been to Kwamashu. So we try by all means, and for that matter, these places, Kwamashu and other informal settlements, we define them as rural. Please don't be offended when we say we come to a place and say we went to a rural area. We think you are rural. So we've been to all of these places, but of course there's many more that we still have to go to. And I think I've not disappointed you, regional manager, have I? Thank you. The CEO, apparently you've got something to strengthen.
Add on what Chair has said. Like practically, the colleague who asked the question, I felt her emotions rising. Logically and reasonably so. But in our presentations, we articulated the challenge that is there. And that's why I said and encouraged that we need to diversify. You see, the reality that we are sitting with, it's as simple as saying, you've got one position as an organization, just one, but you've got 10,000 applications. Under all circumstances, no matter what you do, the board even came up with a resolution which was incorporated or integrated into the policy to say no one can be allocated more than 150 at a time. They put all the kind of measures that you can think of to try and ensure that, the little that is there is shared across as many people as possible. That's why he alluded to our footprint in as many rural areas as possible. We didn't allocate as massively as we used to allocate. I'm looking at the statistics here, 21, 22. If you look at our budget, we used to allocate about 788 across the country at a budget of 733 million. But as we speak now, we're sitting at 1,018 at a budget of 926 million. Still below $1 billion, but we receive applications amounting to 41 billion countrywide. Remember, MICT SETA is not only in Gauteng. If you look at the number of stakeholders in Gauteng, and by the way, these stakeholders in Gauteng, most of them are coming from across the length and breadth of the country, but because of Gauteng just being a strategic powerhouse of the economy of the country, they see it better being there than anywhere. And if you were to look at the budget that was spent for KwaZulu-Natal, I'm sure it could be more than 80 million. Yeah, it's quite substantial. But we try by all means to split as as evenly as we can. Gauteng is the largest, even in terms of stakeholder base. You'll realize when we have stakeholder engagement in the next 2 weeks in Gauteng, it probably could be 3 or 4 times the crowd that is in this hall, because Gauteng is Gauteng. The other issue that I wanted to touch on is the issue of human capacity. Remember, there's what we call 10.5% threshold, admin threshold. We wish we could be having more employees being able to go to the sites to see what is happening, but it's almost impractical. Region Durban, you've got how many employees? 5 employees. Look at how widespread Durban is, to say, will we practically be able to be everywhere almost every week? It's almost impractical to achieve some of those. And some stakeholders tend to take advantage, like I said earlier on when I presented, take advantage of that reality and do things that they shouldn't be doing at the cost, unfortunately, of these poor learners who should be receiving the best quality training. And that becomes a big inconvenience on us as MICT SETA. Someone asked a question of us monitoring and evaluating what is happening. We terminate contracts. Even last week, NS, we terminated how many? 3. Yeah, I think it's about 3. We terminate almost every week. For as long as you don't comply with the SLA obligations or terms of reference, we don't have an option but to simply terminate the contract. The challenge with people who come in and do what they're not supposed to do is they disadvantage even those who are deserving. But it's difficult to always know upfront that this one is not going to meet the obligation, this one is going to meet the obligations. You see it as they implement that we sometimes would have those that we shouldn't have, and then would have to then, and it works even against us meeting our targets as we are supposed to meet. But the truth is, we'll never get to a position, even when we apply. I mean, last year, we applied for NSF. It gave us some little bit of few millions. We applied, FACET also funded us. It makes a difference because we tend to accommodate more, but we'll never get to a point where we even reach 50% of the applications that we receive. If you think about 1 million against, if you think about 41 million, more than 41 million against 1 billion, if we say to you, you will all be allocated, we will be lying. It's impractical in the real world. Thank you.
Sorry, before, I think for me, just in response to that, when I'm asking why can't we have the transparency, having a register of who's been awarded the DGs, it's not because somehow I'm disgruntled about whether I got a DG or did not get a DG. It is in the interest, in the public interest of stakeholders whose monies have been taken for skills development levies, and we have a right as citizens, as levy-paying citizens, to know that that money is being spent accordingly. What is the issue if you are sending award letters the same way the tender process works? Someone's awarded a tender, we know this is the company that was awarded the tender. How long have the cities been around? Why can't we now move on to that next level of saying that here are the numbers in this region, here is who got awarded for this year and the next year. Then in the roadshows each year, now we are starting to see real impact. We're starting to see where the abuses are. Uguti, AG, and all of that, I'm asking as a citizen, as someone who has an interest, as someone who's been in skills development for over 10 years, what is the issue with us just having that being public knowledge? Because we can see on the website where now there needs to be a takeover. Why can't it just be transparent and clear? Uguti, for this DG window, these are the people who have been awarded, for these programs that have been applied, for these allocations that were advertised. Uguti, I get it or not, as a consultant, I always tell my clients, you can't build your training around a DG. If you're going to train, you train, whether you have the money or not. DG is a top-up. It's a nice to have, but you're going to build your business on DG.
So let's get things right here.
Nobody said there's anybody who's disgruntled. Can sit down, CEO. No, we responded to a question not because we are saying somebody's disgruntled or not. This thing of disgruntlement must be actually removed completely from this narrative. Secondly, is that I reject with the contempt it deserves any insinuation that we are not transparent. That must be out of the way. We are not. We are not. We are very transparent. I said here, anybody who wants to have information, they can make that request of the information as members of the public and follow the necessary processes of getting information. We get into SLAs with different stakeholders, and we need to adhere to the provisions of the SLA. We can also, let's also reject with the contempt it deserves anything that says AG aslangene naye. That's a public institution that is mandated by law and constitution to look after the public monies when they auditing. Sihlangene joined in the hip with AGSA because that's a legal body that must scrutinize whether these SETAs are doing what they are supposed to do. And there's no one who's going to say no unless you disagree with the Auditor General. Then if there's any disagreement with the Auditor General's findings, that's a separate process that one must then undertake. So, because I don't want us here to come and create problems when they don't exist, because it's not going to be right. But we should also just be careful. One of the things that we should also look into and say, how is the law of disclosing that, particularly the POPIA Act, how is it, which is a new law by the way, how does it work with what can be disclosed and what cannot be disclosed? So the problem here is that we can't come across here as if there is something that we are hiding. We have engaged these stakeholders on a continuous basis, and there's no one who has had the door slammed shut on their face when they ask questions. We are open to questions at any given moment. The regional office is here, the CEO's office is here, and people must escalate issues if they've got a problem, and they must be very specific on what the issues are in their matters. However, the matter raised, the policy makers and lawmakers, in this case being the minister, we will engage the minister and say there's this thing that has arisen, and how should it be? It should be handled beyond this point. But as things stand, this is what it is. But it's very wrong. It's very wrong to create a situation where, as if we came here to shut on information and hide information, or there's hidden information, and yet there's no trace of anybody who has said, I want this information, and if information was denied unduly. There is no trace of that at all. Instead, some of the training providers I hear have contacted me, and I've asked them, if you've got an issue, why don't you escalate to the CEO immediately? And some do not, and some have escalated to you. You might have seen some of this. Some are people that I've never seen anyway, and I've only had them, they've got my number. I think people are creative, they get my number. But they text me and ask questions and say, go to the CEO, go to the regional manager. That's how open and transparent we are, and anybody, and at any time, there's no one who cannot be responded to. I think we should hold it at that. And regional, are you director or manager? I don't want to call a wrong title. Regional manager. Yeah, okay, manager, please take over.
Thank you, Chair. Before I hand over to you again, Chair, to close this session, colleagues, your parking tickets will be validated in the reception area. We'll have lunch in the restaurant as well. Also, please don't forget to rate this session by scanning the QR code that will be displayed on your screen in the next few seconds. Chair, over to you.
So thank you. So we close to my very favorite item, which is lunch. So noting that I'm from the rural areas, so we hardly come to a city and have good food. So I'm almost looking forward to enjoying lunch. I hope it's good. Let me just address a few things. Some came from the questions. The issue of ethics becomes a very important issue, not only on the side of the MICT SETA employees and the board, but also even from the side of the training providers. One of the things that I have picked up and I've heard, there's complaints from you as training providers and some assessors and moderators and facilitators have complained directly to us and to me in particular, and I'm not ashamed of that. Some of you, when you apply for accreditation, these are some of the things that you do. You get CVs of people who must help you to jump into accreditation, and then you get awarded an accreditation. Once you have the accreditation, you show them the gate, but yet you use their CVs to get accredited. I think we need management to look into that, because we cannot afford, because it's unethical for you to use somebody's details and to apply for accreditation, and yet you know that actually I am using you. It's got nothing to do with you. After I've got this, go to hell. We must clamp down on that thing, because it doesn't fall. Remember, in terms of code of ethics, your ethical behavior must be in sync with our own ethical behavior, because when you go do work, you do that work on behalf of the MICT SETA. And therefore, you can't have a differently defined code of ethics, and that is in variance with what we do. So I just want to bring that to you to understand. I know there's been a matter that has been raised again in relation to accreditation and in relation to QCTO. That somebody says, I'm a small company. I don't have my own premises that I own, and therefore I depend on renting and have an agreement with Mr. X who's got property. But now my neighbor, who also does not have premises, has made the same arrangement with Mr. X who has got property. Now I'm told, no, I cannot get this because your neighbor there already has an agreement with that one. As if now you will be jointly using at the same time the same property. And I think it's one of the matters that I'm prepared to take up with the QCTO to reconsider. Because you small businesses, you can't be expected to have properties. Some of you make less than 100,000 a year. And how do you get a property for you to be awarded? It's not going to happen. This is in the same way that I called on when I got to hear about this fees for applying for accreditation. I said to her, let's get the CEO of QCTO to come and explain. How do you want a small company to have 6,000 rands for accreditation? And it's not practical. You're actually killing these people. You are actually putting a barrier from entering the space. And we then called on the CEO to explain himself at QCTO. And I must say, all the SETAs, those of you who are in other SETAs, because I believe the decision that he must have taken then applies to all SETAs. Because we then said, he then revised it down, because we said, no, you can't, you are excluding the small guy in this process. In fact, we are told that there is another body that questioned, I think it was AG, that questioned why there is so many training providers. There should be fewer because from a quality control point of view. Some of us argued on your behalf that no, you can't do that. You can't say it's wrong to have so many of these people. The issue that you must be concerned about is whether these ones that are here are indeed making an impact or not. Let's deal with the quality of what they deliver, not the number of them, how many they are. Because you do not want to find a situation where KwaNongoma is trained by people who are from Gauteng, and yet they are training providers that are sitting somewhere close to KwaNongoma. And it's not going to make sense for me, because it's also increasing a cost on somebody who's in Gauteng training Konongom. And in an attempt to be profitable, what they're likely to do is to cut corners and not deliver the quality product that you are looking for. So what is my point about talking about these things? Is that was you do not know in engagements that we sit in, we try and battle it out for you. Not when I say you, not you as an individual, but you as small businesses, because all of you, I can look at you in the eye, each one of you, you are small. Yeah, you are small, all of you. So I see, but it's just that others are smaller than others. That's the difference that there is. So the point is that when we make this decision about focusing on smaller training providers, we were very conscious as a board, because some of us are born from rural areas, and we know how it is to struggle and see people are unemployed and trying to find a skill and so on. It's only through small businesses and small training providers that we will reach these far-flung areas with a relative ease compared to the big business. So we think, and I am confident, that the decisions that we have taken to put up a fight for you, indeed, it may not be yielding the total results now, but with time, even after we have left, some of us, we believe that if it is not changed, it is going to bear results for you. And we believe, and we will be talking to parliamentarians and saying the 1 billion that we have, which is from the levy payers, unfortunately, that's the size of the sector. The 1 billion that we get of levies reflects the size of the sector, and we cannot expand it beyond that point. So probably we would have to appeal from government to say what are other alternative sources of funding that can be available, so that we can try and get as many as possible on board. And lastly, I appeal to you, once you are given a chance, once your time has arrived to implement our programs, just make sure that you deliver according to what is in the SLA. Because if you don't, we will terminate. We will terminate. And once we terminate, the likelihood of you knocking and we open the door again is very slim. Because we will ask, we gave you a chance and you, so I should be careful. We gave you a chance and then you messed it up. So what must we do? And because, we say this because we know around 2018, 19, 20, and even before that, that's why the president even instituted an SIU investigation at MICT SETA. I was not there, of course. It is because of these things that people see these SETAs as just places where you can get money. They're making a cash cow. So these SETAs are not cash cows, at least this one that I'm in. If you want to make it a cash cow, wait up until I leave, then you can go milk. In 2 weeks' time, she says. Okay, wait, no, it's not a long waiting period. 2 weeks, wait for the 2 weeks if you think you're going to milk. But for the next 2 weeks, please don't make this a cash cow. You must know, we are in the process of building a country. We must make sure that this country, those that we borrowed it from, who are coming after us, find a country. The small things that we do in our small corners must be the ones that ensure that our kids that come behind and generations after find a working country. And we do that by the small things that we do that are correct in our small corners. Even if you train 5 people, 10, 15 people. In any way, I must also indicate, we said we can't give you 5 people or 10 people because it doesn't make business sense. We're starting at 20 or 25, somewhere there. Because when we got here, there were people who were saying, I'm implementing a training program of 5 people. And I asked, how do you train 5 people? When actually your overheads, your rental and this other doesn't change regardless of the number of people that you train. So you are likely to be training at a loss and probably abandon the program before you finish it. Because you're running this thing at a loss. We then said, no, let's up the starting point. However, the special cases, for example, radio, you can't train DJs that are 30 at once. It's not possible. So we would then accept those variations for specific cases. Otherwise, the general rule is that let's start at 20 upwards, but then we cannot go beyond 150. That's the point that we're making. All those decisions are decisions that are meant to assist you, not us. So you should be thoughtful that whilst we are not perfect, because I think there's always a room for improvement in any given situation. Whilst we try, there are things that we still have to improve, but I think we are doing the best that we can within the limitations that we have. But I've got a word for those who think I'm leaving. That please keep the champagne in ice still. Don't pop it now. Because the minister has not made a pronouncement. We don't know what the minister is going to say. So the 2 weeks might just be added to another 5 years. So let's just stay still and wait until the pronouncement. If the minister says, Hambakaya, it's me going Hambakaya and look after my goats at home with no worries at all. But if the minister says, come back, I shall be here to ensure that we train our people properly. And after we training, we make money. We don't make money and train. We first train and then make money. That's how it's going to work. With that, colleagues, beautiful people of KZN, and I wish God bless you because the floods are very devastating here. We must pray for those that are destitute because of the floods. And let's not forget them. But I think with the delivery that you've made in the last few years, indeed there's marked improvement on the work that you're doing, and we should be proud of you. If it was not for you, we wouldn't be able to deliver and show results that we have. Over the years, we have taken this entity from 2019-20 achieving 74% to now achieving 94%. Even that 94%, if you went weighted average, you would have converted it to 99.99% because we just missed one target, and then it internally, in its internal audit related matter. Otherwise, we have achieved all our targets that we would have wanted to achieve, but it's because of the contribution that you make. Let me not stand between you and lunch, but I'm sure you guys from the city are used to these kind of lunches. So it's for us from rural areas who must go have fun and have this lunch because it doesn't happen all the time. Thank you.
The session is adjourned. Thank you, colleagues.